Okay, well, welcome to IEW's 2025 Annual Educators Conference. My name is Jeff Neese, and I have the privilege of being IEW's implementation coach, an educational consultant, and also one of our schools department managers. Thank you first and foremost for all of those here today, whether online or in person. And I just want to say we have some really great talks that Mr. Pudewa is giving today, and I'm really looking forward to it, and I think you're going to love it as well. So a few logistical things. So for those who are watching at home, we talked to the in-person audience a little bit. We are actually filming these talks as a future product. So you will see some little logistical things. We're going to clap in and clap out. We're going to, I think the official term is slating. We're going to slate, right? And one of the great things is that you will notice, so a couple logistical things, there's some slides for you that you're seeing at home that are advertising some products, but the one thing you don't want to miss is that there is a free ship code on one of those slides. So because you are here, you do have a free ship code that you can redeem at IEW.com on your next purchase. So make sure you take note of that. One of the great things is that we are doing 5 gift card giveaways, gift certificate giveaways worth $100. So we are going to choose a total of 5 in person and 5 at home. And so we are jumbling all the names at home, and I'm going to pick it out of a hat for in person and 1 out of the online hat. So for those who are here in person, you will receive your gift certificate from me. If you are the winner at home, we will email you your gift certificate worth $100 you can use at IEW.com. Well, let's go ahead and get started, shall we? So let's do the first giveaway. How's that? All right. Well, let's do in person first. So you should have received a blue card, a blue little ticket as you came in. All right. Everybody have their card or their tickets? Okay, first winner, numbers 157192. All right, congratulations. You're welcome, thank you. All right, for online, our virtual attendees. Rebecca Colson. Rebecca Colson, thank you so much for being a winner. All right. We will email you your gift certificate. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and clap in, slate in, and then I will once again introduce Mr. Pudewa, and we will begin.
Do a test real fast.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our director and founder, Mr. Andrew Pudewa.
Well, thank you so much for being here and talk to a few of you. Some of you drove a ways to get here, for which we are very grateful. And I do hope that at least the lunch will make the whole trip worthwhile. But it's nice to have a smiling and happy audience when we record talks. So I'm very grateful, also grateful to everyone at home. Am I sounding and looking good, Cameron? Okay. So our first talk this morning is strategies for teaching the non or reluctant reader. And I have a lot of experience in this area in a few different ways. In one aspect, I worked for 3 years at a place called the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential in Philadelphia, where I had an opportunity to work with a whole team of people that would teach programs of treatment to brain-injured children. And this ranged from, so mildly symptomatic, you would barely notice, a light autism, all the way to deaf and blind and paralyzed, and Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, everything in between. So I have a bit of a background in child brain development, and so that has been very useful in my work of traveling and teaching and helping people with the arts of language. I also have some children. I have 7 children. And I think if you have enough children, you're basically guaranteed to have at least one who will have some difficulties in reading. And unfortunately, there's a lot of anxiety about reading in this modern world. I think a lot more than perhaps there used to be. But what I'd like to do in this talk is kind of go over some possible causes for difficulties in reading, and then talk about some practical strategies that you could apply. And in no way is this meant to be an exhaustive, cover all the bases and teach you everything that you could possibly want to know about the problem of kids who don't like or can't read. But we do have a lot of resources on our website, IEW.com/ I think it's learning-differences. But I'm sure you can find it. And we have interviewed on our podcast a number of reading and dyslexia experts. So there's a lot more to be unpacked, but this will give you the big picture, I hope. So we'll look at the first area, which is vision. Visual problems leading to challenges in reading or dislike of reading, or sometimes a flat-out inability to learn, at least to learn the way you imagine you would like them to learn. And we'll go through a few different possible visual problems, the first one being the easiest to solve and the least common. And that would be acuity. That just means being able to see well enough to look at the letters on the paper. And usually parents figure out pretty early that maybe this child doesn't see everything that you would think they should, and you take them in to an ophthalmologist, and lo and behold, yes, glasses are going to be helpful. I remember with our oldest daughter, when we figured this out, we were living rurally in Montana, and thought, she just probably needs glasses. So we took her in, she got some glasses, and we were driving back out into the country, and she's staring out the window. There's cows out there. Yes, sweetheart, there have always been cows out there. This is Montana. But it was kind of a delight, for her to be able to see what was there, but didn't know it. So acuity problems are usually quick to diagnose and pretty easy to fix. And of course, we have so much good opportunity for kind of the perfect type of lenses to help people in that category. Another problem that can occur is a convergence of vision problem. So we have 2 eyes, and we use them together to get our depth perception, and we also use them to track things through space very well. And so when we are able to use 2 eyes well, then we can see at near point and focus at near point the way we should. But some children, for one reason or another, have some sorts of brain, you could call it brain injury. I think actually, the term brain injury sounds a little bit heavy. It sounds kind of scary, and it could be. But on the other hand, you could look at it and say, well, all of us are brain injured, right? I mean, on one end of the spectrum, you have neurologically flawless, and on the other end, you have comatose. Everybody is somewhere in between. It's just a matter of degree and location. So that kind of helps when you're looking at your children. You say, well, of course, they're all brain injured, right? Because none of them are perfect. But when we look at convergence of vision, we can see that it's often an injury that is connected a bit with the midbrain area. So a little bit of neurophysiology, some of you know this, but we have our brainstem and the pons, and then we have the midbrain, which is over the pons, and then we have two cortices. And these cortices are actually not connected with each other until they hit the top of the midbrain, which is the corpus callosum. So you could, I don't recommend this, but you could take off the top of your skull and put like a piece of cardboard or a ruler in between your two cortexes, your two cortices, and it would go all the way down till it hits the corpus callosum. So what this means is that all of the information that we process through our cortex has to go through the corpus callosum to hit bilateral function, right? And so with our laterality, with our vision, right, we see that sometimes you get a little bit of a brain injury in the midbrain, and then that affects the cortical ability to process higher level cortical information. So you can test convergence pretty easily if you just kind of, put a finger or a thumb or something and just run it right in up to the tip of the nose, and you should see the eyes just go like straight in as close as they can, cross-eyed we would call it. And I don't believe there's any evidence whatsoever that your eyes can get stuck. This is something I heard as a young child, but I don't believe it's true. Nevertheless, if you see that you get in fairly close and then one eye kind of goes off to the side, then what you might notice is that that's going to impede the ability to use those two eyes together at near point to track text across a page or to track something close up. And it's interesting because you'll sometimes meet kids who have very good acuity. They could spot a fly on the wall at 50 feet. But at near point, things get a little bit fuzzy and difficult. And sometimes you can work on this with some glasses. One of the things that we did at the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential was we would have kids get back on the floor and do creeping on their hands and knees, because that cross pattern motion helps to organize the midbrain. And you often see kids who didn't do creeping on their hands and knees sufficiently will have a weakness in that area. Maybe they figured out how to sit up and kind of butt scoot across the floor, or they transported themselves by rolling until they figured out how to stand up and walk. So there's a developmental period there with creeping, crawling on the belly, developing a cross-pattern motion, and then creeping on hands and knees in order to create those connections between the cortices through the midbrain and the corpus callosum. So I don't know that it's terribly reasonable to take an older child and put them back creeping, hands and knees a mile a day, which is what we did in more serious cases. But it is a good thing to note that if you have children who are, in that developmental period, you want to keep them on the floor as much as possible. You want them to be creeping on their hands and knees a lot before they stand up and start cruising around by holding on to things and then walking across the room. So the longer the floor period, the greater the neurological benefit when it comes to midbrain and visual convergence of vision. One reason why that's true is you have to move your right hand in your left leg and then your left hand in your right leg, otherwise you fall over. So nature kind of works it out so that you're forced into this cross-pattern motion. The other thing that happens at that time is you start moving faster, which means you need depth perception. And so the convergence of vision allows you to know how close you are getting to something so you don't crash into it, which is a very handy skill to have as an adult. Moving then a little further into visual difficulties, we have the problem of laterality. Now, laterality refers to sightedness, right? And this is a genetic thing. We are genetically right-sided or left-sided, right-handed or left-handed. True ambidexterity is very rare, and it's not necessarily a huge advantage unless it comes after laterality is firmly established. Now, one of the things that can happen is a mild brain injury. It can be prenatal, neonatal, postnatal, any kind of trauma. And like I said, all of us are brain injured. All of us have less than perfect brains. And one thing that can happen, let's say that you are a right-sided person, right? You're supposed to be right-handed, but you have some injury in an area of your left cortex, which would correspond with the right hand. So then what can happen is the other side of your brain will kind of try to take over and do the job of the part that was injured. You see this in a fairly obvious way with people who have a severe stuttering problem, right? So the dominant hemisphere, left brain and right-handed people, would be your language, executive, logical function part. And if you have an injury there, then the other side of the brain will kind of say, well, I'll do that for you. But the one that's supposed to do it would say, no, it's my job. And then the other one would say, no, but you're not doing it, so I'll do it. Like siblings, like the two hemispheres of your brain, right? No, I'll do it. No, I'll do it. No, I'll do it. And so you see this when someone is stuttering, they will struggle to exercise their will over their cortices and say to one half, shut up and let the other one say it, right? And so you see that kind of battle. And that's probably one of the most obvious ways that this will manifest in the language area. You can also see it in a manual area, and this is where you might have a child at 5, 6, maybe even 7 years old who will write for a while with one hand and then switch and write with the other hand and switch back and forth. Now, that's not a problem in the early period, so 3, 4, but usually by 6 or so, laterality starts to become more firmly established. But if you've got a child who's switching the pen or the crayon or the pencil, then that might be a clue that you could have a potential laterality problem. The most difficult time is when you have visual problems where the brain is actually fighting for the dominant image. So try a little experiment here. Close one eye. Now open it and close the other one and switch back and forth. What happens to the image? It's shifting, right? So your dominant image is shifting according to which eye it's coming through. So that would not be a problem for most of us because we exercise control over our brains and we've told, hopefully, the correct hemisphere to get the dominant image and the other hemisphere to support that and not fight for it. But with children who have that injury in the dominant hemisphere, that can be happening. It can be moving and going back and forth because, you know, one side of the brain is saying, I'll see it. No, I'll see it. No, I'll see it. No, I'll see it. You can also look at the problem of mixed laterality, where you might have a person who is, say, right-handed but left-eyed. My wife is right-handed and left-eyed. I have a daughter who is right-handed and left-eyed. And it's not a huge problem, but it can interfere with the smoothness or the ease of processing visual information. You can test this both at far point and near point. For example, one way to test it is ask someone to, shoot a gun right at your eye. So why don't you all try this? Shoot me, my fist. Shoot my fist. Aim really carefully, right? And shoot my fist. Okay, so Sarah, you're right-eyed and right-handed, so that's fortunate. Karina, you are appearing to be left-eyed and right-handed, so you may have some mixed laterality that way. And Jessica, you're pretty much lined up. You seem to be left-eyed and right-handed there. And it actually can change at far point and near point as well. Now, it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you, but it would be interesting to go and say, how was reading for you when you were young? Was it easy or was it a little bit harder? And if it's a serious problem, you'll get kids who will just be flipping back and forth. And they'll actually move their heads a little bit as they're reading to just get the right eye at the right angle, and then they fight and shift around to the other way. This can be assisted by a variety of things. The most common that we would do is patch the subdominant eye for a period of time. Now, I'm not recommending anyone try this. I would say, however, if you suspect a mixed laterality or a shifting laterality problem, you would consult a behavioral ophthalmologist. It's a very specific type, and not just the guys who prescribe glasses, but they're the ones that kind of get into the whole world of eye exercises and this idea of patching the subdominant eye, retraining the dominant eye to see what it's supposed to see and be in charge of seeing that. Well-organized neurologically and laterality, you would like to be right-handed, right-footed, right-eyed, right-eared, right everything, so that you would attack life kind of in a unified manner. But as I said, sometimes we have mixes there, and that is just something to know. And if you see it as a real impediment, like I said, consult an expert in ophthalmology, a behavioral ophthalmologist. Then we get into the category which is where a lot of kids are, and this would be the true dyslexic. Now, the word dyslexic generally is applied to anyone who's having a hard time learning to read, or anyone who's having a hard time reading after they've learned. And there can be various causes for that, but the true dyslexic, the way I use the word, is really very, very interesting, because these people have a gift to see the world in a completely different way. And I always recommend two books. One is called The Gift of Dyslexia, which does not seem to be the gift that everyone wants. However, it is an excellent book by Ron Davis. He was a dyslexic autistic adult who taught himself to read when he figured out what his brain was doing. And so the Davis Dyslexia Foundation exists to help people fall in this category. Another excellent book is called The Dyslexic Advantage by a couple, husband and wife doctor team, IDs. And I have actually interviewed them on my podcast, and it's available for you. But it seems as though this true dyslexic actually just does see the world differently than I do. And it has to do with this kind of mental aptitude for kind of picking something up and looking at all sides of it and processing all of that as visual information and being able to put it down and know that. This is why these true dyslexics very often become very successful in things like engineering or architecture or mechanics or design or art, because they see things that the rest of us don't see. For me, for example, if I see a chair, I just see a chair. I only see the part of it that's there. I don't imagine the backside and the underside of the chair. But the true dyslexic would pick the chair up and kind of spin it around and get the whole thing in their brain and put it back down, which is wonderful for three-dimensional items. However, if you are looking at text on paper, it's a two-dimensional thing. So what happens is they try to pick up the letter or pick up the word and spin it around and get the whole thing inside, and that doesn't work very well, because what can happen then is the letters can spin, and that's very often where we get letter reversal problems or word reversal problems. And of course, I have seen children who can write an entire word in an exact backward mirror image way. So it's like they know the word, they know how to spell it, but in their brain, it's still spinning around and they just grabbed it at the wrong time. Which is also kind of funny, because you'll meet kids who will reverse letters sometimes, but then other times not. And so this problem. So my son, I have 7 children, all are grown now. My son was the only boy of the 7, and he was number 6 in the lineup, next to youngest. And he exhibited this kind of facility from a young age, and reading was extremely, extremely hard for him. In fact, he did not read 3-letter words until he was almost 11. He didn't read 4-letter words until he was 11, and he didn't read a book of any sort until he was 12. But he had this ability to see things, to spin them around in his mind, and so he would draw these really amazing, interesting kind of 3-dimensional-ish pictures, and he had this really amazing spatial intelligence, and so it was hard getting him to do this, and we finally went ahead and paid someone from the Davis Dyslexia Foundation to come and work with him and a few other kids in our homeschool community where we were living at the time. And this was not a cheap thing, and she came, this dyslexia expert, and they spent the entire first day making letters and punctuation marks and numbers, the whole alphabet, out of clay. And so all the kids were sitting there modeling these letters out of clay at the end of the day. And I thought, I just paid $1,000 for someone to make clay letters with my son. And why, though? Because Davis discovered that if the thing could become 3-dimensional, he could understand it better, whereas the 2-dimensional thing was spinning so often. And so this making it very solid. And I kind of remember from my childhood, I don't know if any of you are young enough, I'm probably the oldest person in the room here, but I remember these alphabet blocks. And they were made out of wood, and they had textured letters and animals on them. You remember that? I love those things. Anyway, I'm just wondering if, for a lot of kids, the 3-dimensional nature of the block and the raised textured letters wasn't somehow helpful in that case. And I don't see things on the market like that very much anymore. But I always thought, well, that might be useful. Or those plastic letters that you can put on the refrigerator that had the magnets, and those being 3-dimensional. Anyway, another thing that kind of mystified me at the time and still does was this particular exercise that she taught my son, where I am not an expert, I do not know how this really works, I'm just approximating it, But it seems as though what you do is you put your point of reference behind yourself, and then you look through yourself to see the thing you're trying to see. And somehow this helps. And I said to this woman, I cannot understand what this would be. And she says, of course not. You're not dyslexic. And I thought, well, okay. So then later I asked my son, can you do this thing where you like put yourself behind yourself and look through yourself to see what you're trying to see? Yeah, it's pretty cool. So there are a number of people who have been able to find and refine and communicate to dyslexic people ways to help, make their brains work better for this purpose of reading. And one of the things I have noticed, both with my son and with countless other kids, is that right around puberty, they will tend to get this kind of burst of power, right? Especially the boys. Now, you don't always like how this burst of power manifests, but it does happen. And what very often happens is it allows them to have the will, the inner strength, to exercise that will over their eyes and brain and make their eyes and brain do what they're supposed to do to be able to decode letters and words and numbers and do all that. And so this can happen, 12, 13, 14. So there's very common kids who they can't read, they won't read, they can't do it, 8 years old, 9 years old. You start to panic, 10 years old, 11 years old. That's where we were, right, in panic. And then, boom, 12, 13, suddenly now it's easier. 14, reading, not a big problem. I know at least 5 men I can name personally who did not read a book until their late teens, all of whom have now advanced degrees, master's or doctoral degrees. I know a man who didn't read a book until he was 20 years old, and he has a PhD in theology, which I think requires some reading. I've not done that, but I assume. So those are a few directions you can go if you think the problems are visual by nature. I would say that the visual problems are easier than the next category, which is auditory processing issues. Now, you would think, well, why would auditory processing connect with the problem of not reading or not liking to read or not being able to read well? Well, language is primarily auditory. It's verbal and auditory in nature, and only, secondarily or tertiarily does it become a printed thing, right? And so we have to know words in order to read them. Okay, I'll give you a good example of this. Let's say you're a little kid and you're reading along and you've got word attack skills and you can sound out stuff and you see this word and you try to figure it out. So you say sligha, 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 sligha. There is no such thing as a sligha. Therefore, it cannot be sligha. Well, how do you know there's no such thing as a sligha? You've never heard it, right? But the problem is, you might see a word that is a word, but if you've never heard it, you wouldn't know what it is. Now, if you're a little kid and you're reading and you see this sligha business and you say, it can't be sligha, you kind of go back to the mental drawing board and you say, well, it's got to be something else, and you stare at it a while. And if you're lucky, you recognize E-I-G-H. Yes, that's that A sound, like in 8. And so you try again, sleigh. It's a sleigh, and you're so happy you figured it out. It only works if you already know what a sleigh is. Right? If you don't know what a sleigh is, you might be able to say it's a sleigh, but you can't comprehend it. You don't understand it. That might as well be a slegha. So now, this is where the auditory function comes in. We really only, especially in the developmental period, first 12 years or so, we really only are going to read and recognize words that we already know. Therefore, the auditory input of language is foundational to the decoding of written language. This, I think, is one of the biggest problems happening with the decline of reading in most of the kind of public sector, is because the language coming into kids' brains is not building the database of vocabulary that allows them to read more complex stuff. It's a very interesting researcher. I believe he's at Virginia Commonwealth. Daniel Willingham. He wrote a couple interesting books. Why Don't Kids Like School is one of them. But I heard a presentation once where he presented some really interesting data about comprehension and dyslexia. So they had kind of some groups of kids. One group of kids played baseball and was dyslexic, right? Diagnosed, okay? Another group of kids, no dyslexia, didn't play baseball. They gave both groups of kids a little story about baseball. Who had better comprehension? The kids who played baseball. They actually understood it better, even though they had the reading impediment, than the kids who didn't have experience and could probably decode all the words, but those words didn't mean as much. So this is why breadth of experience and large quantities of auditory information are very, very important for developing vocabulary, understanding more complex syntax, etc. We're going to talk about that in more depth later today. But here's the problem if you have an auditory processing challenge. You don't necessarily hear every word that someone is saying. You don't necessarily hear, this is weird to me, but you don't necessarily hear the words in the order that they're being spoken. They can get scrambled up on the way in. Or you can have this echoic memory where you say something to me and it takes a period of time, right? Can be up to several seconds before I get the words you are saying. And so there's this delay, and that makes it harder to understand the words that are being said when you're kind of hearing but not understanding while you're trying to understand what you heard right before that. You could imagine how this could be very frustrating for children, this auditory processing. And so this can be a real challenge when it comes to reading and understanding more complex information. Because when you're reading, most of us, what are you doing? You're talking to yourself, right? You're seeing the words, you're saying them to yourself in your mind, you're hearing that, and you're understanding that. But if you're not hearing what you're saying to yourself, then the words just go by, and there isn't the comprehension you need. And that can be caused by the neurological problem. It can be caused by lack of vocabulary and experience. It can be caused by the third problem, which would be just attention issues, right? Now, I suspect that all of us are a little bit or more ADHD, and this term gets bandied around a lot, and oh, you've got ADHD, and I don't personally know a person who doesn't have a little bit of ADHD right now. And it's partly environmental, right? So there's a neurological component, I would agree, but it's also partly environmental in that our attentions are being continuously scrambled and interfered with, mostly by the technology in the world around us. So this is one reason I think we see a lot more problems of maybe the genetic predisposition or the neurological injury, but it's being exacerbated by the screens and the chaos and the busyness of the visual and auditory world that we have as modern humans. So probably one of the most valuable things you can do is try to minimize the distraction of technology and get a calmer, quieter, less sensory, overstimulating environment for kids like that. And I fear that as schools are increasing the number of screens and not just the number, but the number of hours per day that kids are engaged in screens, we're going to see a continued or even more rapid expansion of problems having to do with attentiveness and language processing and probably mental health as well. Those are probably some of the most common causes, the visual category, and there are lots of subdivisions there, the auditory processing and the attention challenges. So now, what are some strategies that we can use? Well, starting with the very most basic idea is larger print. I don't know exactly how useful this is, but it seems to me that when you look at things that are written for children, curricular materials, if you they start with little kids, kindergarten, first, second grade, whatever, nice, big, 18, 24-point font, something. And then right on third grade, bam, shrink it down, 12-point Times Roman. And for a lot of children, that right there just makes it harder. If your problem is visual and it's an acuity or a laterality or a convergence or even a true dyslexia, the fact that it's smaller makes it harder and it requires more energy. Sometimes kids with these visual impediments will have to expend a tremendous amount of energy to do the reading thing. I guess the best comparison I could come up with is, can you remember a time recently when you were trying to read something but you were tired? Maybe it was late at night, or you hadn't got enough rest or whatever, and you're trying to read and your eyes go a little unfocused, and then you realize, oh, my eyes are unfocused and I'm not reading this. So at that moment you have a choice: either get your eyes back in and continue, or just give up and go to sleep, right? And it's a fair choice. The problem is with kids, right? They don't quite know how to express that, and they're using a tremendous amount of energy to do this thing, and they can get tired quickly, and they're just constantly trying to get their eyes back and get it in shape. That's a hard one. And one of the easiest things to make it easier for all of us is just bigger print, bigger type. So if you have a child that would benefit from this, and you have materials you want them to read, you should invest in one of these nice little multifunction copier printer things that has an enlarging function on it. And then you can just make the text bigger, and it will be easier for them to read. It will require less of that intense output to focus and pull it in. I have actually noticed this with age as well, that it is easier for me to read things that are a little bit bigger. Also, brighter light makes a huge difference. This studio was very nicely done, and the light is very bright, but not so much that you have to squint. And I can read 12-point print without glasses, without reading glasses. But if I go into my office where it doesn't have this nice, beautiful light, I got to put those glasses on to read the same thing. So light and size can make a big difference. Another thing that is very, very helpful is copy work. Now, you would think, wait a minute, that sounds like the hardest thing there is to ask a dyslexic kid to do. Yes, which is why it's helpful, right? Because it's hard. But one of the really interesting researches that I came across some years ago, I was writing a talk called Paper and Pen, What the Research Says. And one of the things that was demonstrated again and again is that children are much quicker to recognize when they are reading a word which they have written several times. And so the best way to get a word intimately into a brain so that they will see it and just know what it is more quickly, rather than have to try to sound it out for the 200th time, which I have seen, is copy work. And so 15 minutes maybe, I would say keep it short, but do it every day. And you can start this, probably as soon as kids are old enough to copy somewhat accurately, 6, 7, and you can keep it going, 8, 9, 10. My son was doing copy work of things that he couldn't necessarily read very well, but by doing it again and again, he was reinforcing that pattern, because it's about sequence, right? So I set up a challenge for him, because when you want a child to do something that is horrible to them, they can spend a tremendous amount of time and energy complaining, whining, arguing, trying to convince you that this is not fair and that they should not have to do it, and that they are by far, too hungry, too tired, too unable to do it. So you have to shift it from being a chore that should be avoided into a challenge to be accomplished. And for many children, my son in particular, an economic system is what was needed. So when I determined that he was going to do this, I said, okay, son, here's the deal. You copy 100 words a day. Okay, you can copy anything you want. And I believe he chose the first thing, the Usborne Book of Knights and Weaponry, medieval weaponry. That way he could copy a few words, see a cool picture of a dagger, restore his soul, copy a few more words, peek at a battle axe, feel better about the whole thing. But I said 100 words, and I picked 100 words because that's what I thought he could do in about 20 minutes, if he paid it, if he kept on it. I said, if you finish all 100 words in 20 minutes, you get 25-cent bonus. I will pay you a penny for each word that you copy, and if you reverse a letter, we'll let that one go. But if you reverse the position of 2 letters, then it doesn't count. If you miss a capital or a period, that doesn't count, a punctuation mark. And every time you whine, complain, or argue, you lose 10 cents. And you could go negative, and I own your bank account. Okay, you have this type of leverage over a 10-year-old, right? So anyway, it was very interesting because he couldn't necessarily read it all, but he was attending to the detail of how to get those words on paper with space, with capitals, and all of that stuff. There was a lot going on. And it was the worst thing that you could ask this child to do. I mean, he literally would have rather shoveled manure from one pile to a different pile than have to put 100 words on paper. But, very interesting, he did not whine or complain or argue one time because he was highly motivated. This money, by the way, did not go into his pocket. It went into a special fund called the Airsoft Weaponry Purchase Fund. And at that age, 10 years old, he lived to play airsoft. This was the whole purpose of being alive, was to play airsoft with his friends. And so he was very happy to have access to a way whereby he could purchase airsoft weaponry. And so he did this, probably kept up for about 16 months. It was a long haul, and he went through various different things that he copied. I tried as an experiment on myself, just to see what it would be like to do it. I copied the book of John, and he says, "Why are you doing that?" I said, "Well, I think it would be interesting to see what happens." And I said, "Do you want to join me?" He goes, "No, I'll do Revelation." I think he liked the idea of, the warfare and the 6-winged many-eyed seraphim soaring aloft and all that stuff. So Anyway, it went on for 16 months, and he kept, and the great thing about airsoft weaponry is it's cheap plastic junk that breaks as soon as you start playing with it, so you need a constant resupply. But here's the really interesting end of this story, and this exploded my concept of the value of doing this. I knew it was good, but I didn't realize what it was doing. One day I came back from a trip, and I got his little book where he was doing all the copy work, and I'm counting, and I'm reading this thing, and I'm thinking, this is odd. There's nothing particularly wrong, but there's more spelling errors than normal, and it's just odd. It was a little story about a boy who fell in a river, and the dog jumped in and grabbed him and pulled him to shore and saved his life, maybe, which was actually an event from my son's early life when he was about 4. So anyway, I'm reading this thing, and I said, so is this your copy work? He said, yeah. I said, so you copied this. Is that what you're telling me? He said, yes. And I said, well, where did you copy it from? And he said, from my brain. Is that okay? It blew my mind, because what I realized was that this process of seeing it here, internalizing it, reproducing it over here, was building this pathway between the brain and the paper, right? Consistently, 15, 20 minutes, every day, every day, every day, for more than a year. And he got to the point where he said, I don't need that thing, I have it here. And made that transition, which kind of brought about the natural end of that cycle of copy work. But it was also corresponded with him being 12 years old, starting to get that power, starting to exercise his will over his neurology and do these things that previously, even a short year before, were so overwhelming and difficult. So copy work is hugely important. I would assume that almost everyone listening here understands that we have had a very bad method of teaching reading in this country for a very long time. And it's kind of comes in waves. In the early 1900s, there was this idea of the look-say method, where, oh, well, when we look at a word, we don't look at all the letters and figure out what they sound like and sound it out. We just look at a word and know what it is. That's how adults read. So why don't we just teach kids to just look at words and know what they are? And so this look-say method came into being, and it was a disaster. And then there was kind of a reaction against that, and there was a little bit of a revival of a phonics-based approach. And then there was the whole language approach, and so now we're going to try to do both. But we're going to encourage kids to kind of guess at words from the context rather than stop and figure out what it really is. And that kind of had a high precedence for a while, and then it kind of faded down. And even the reading and writing people at Columbia Teachers College a couple of years ago said, we admit, finally, that phonics is a necessary part of learning to read. But the problem is it's been done very badly for a long time. And I think in schools of education, it's very haphazard. You may or may not get any instruction on how to teach reading with phonics. And you even go some places where the term word attack skills is frowned upon. I guess it's too violent for schools, I don't know. So one of the problems that we have seen is that because reading was taught badly, because the basic vocabulary of people has been declining pretty steadily since the advent of television, and then declining much more rapidly in the last 20 years. What we see is it's harder now to get kids to read. So what they have done is say, well, what we need to do is start earlier. That would be the solution. So if we have 8-year-olds who aren't reading very well, we have to push it harder in second grade. Well, now this is not working, so what's the solution? Push it harder in first grade. Well, that's still not working, so what's the solution? You just keep going, and then they come up with things that should not exist. Pre-K reading curriculum. This should not exist. Now, is it possible that you'll see 4-year-olds who want to learn to read, or 5-year-olds who just do? Yes, in fact, you'll notice that you can have, if you have enough kids, you'll notice that some of them, you really struggle trying to teach them to read, and then the younger one just sucks it out of the air, and you hardly have to teach them anything. They just get it. And so that's fairly common. But I think what we've done by pushing reading earlier and earlier institutionally is we have successfully created a lot of anxiety for a lot of people. Because if you try to teach reading to a child who is not developmentally ready, they will hate it, right? And they can hate it so much that they will still hate it even after they have become developmentally better able to learn to do it. And there are countries in the world that outscore us academically in every way. Scandinavian countries come to mind first, where they really don't worry too much about reading and writing stuff until the kids are around 8 years old. And then you hit a point where almost everybody is past that. And of course, some children learn to read early, and some moms teach their kids to read, and some kids have a stronger interest. But the thing I think that we would benefit from is attending to two things. Number one, this idea of learning to read through copy work and spelling. Because if a child knows how to write a word, they'll recognize it more quickly. In fact, they don't even have to write it. If they know how to spell the word, they will recognize it much faster. I taught a preschool for a couple years, and it was a very small, actually it was not a preschool in the institutional sense. It was a group home daycare, which meant I had 12 children between the ages of 3.5 and 5.5 in a 600 square foot converted garage from 8:45 in the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon, all by myself. But it was a highly glorified daycare because I was trying to do everything well. And I had some kids, 4 years old, 5 years old, I knew they were not going to read anytime soon because I could see what was going on with their eyes, right? And I understood them. But I taught them all sign language, not the words, just the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E. And we did this every day, and then I taught them how to spell words using their voice and their fingers. And what I noticed is that if I taught them the words that were in the little books they were reading, they would read those words first. Those were the ones they could lock onto because they kind of knew the letters, they kind of knew the names of the letters, but they had this auditory and kinesthetic pattern of the sequence of letters so that when it appeared in a different sensory pathway, there was a connection there. So the other thing I think we want to do is understand that reading, we tend to define very narrowly, right? We tend to define reading. Reading is looking at something that has letters that make words and words that make sentences and being able to internally understand, hear and understand what that is. And that's reading. That's a pretty narrow definition, reading with your eyes. Not everybody reads with their eyes. Blind people, for example. Many blind people learn to read with their fingers, right? Well, why can't you also read with your ears? That's a valid idea. So if you were to expand your definition of reading as to taking in language through whatever sensory pathways are available to you and understanding and reflecting on increasingly complex language, that would be a slightly different definition, wouldn't it? And that's why, and we'll talk about this more later, but that's why with all children, but in particular with kids who are having a hard time either because of visual reasons or attention problems or comprehension issues, it's very, very important to read aloud to them as much as you possibly can. In fact, it's the number one most important thing that any parent can do in any given day to give their children an academic assistance, is to read aloud as much as possible. And we can supplement that with audiobooks. And I am a big fan of audiobooks. And I have to confess that while I read a lot as a kid, when audiobooks came into existence, I embraced them fully. And I particularly liked it when you had iPods and you didn't have to buy cassette tapes. Some of you are old enough to remember cassette tapes. And you could just carry these things around. And so how many times, I don't know, dozens, hundreds of times, I have said to someone, I am reading, fill in the blank, or I just finished, fill in the book. And then I have to stop and think, well, technically, I listened to that, but as my son said to me one time, what's the difference, right? What's the difference? And one of the things that does make me sad is when I hear reports of teachers who have told parents to stop reading to their children and make them read on their own. The logic being, if you read to your kids, well, they won't want to learn how to do it, right? Or if you let them listen to too many audiobooks. I've actually had a couple of my sons-in-law worried about a 9-year-old boy who would rather play with Legos and listen to audiobooks than try to learn to read on paper. Can you imagine? But the fear is, if we let them just listen to audiobooks all the time, then maybe they won't want to or put out the effort to learn to read. But I would dispel this. I have never seen this happen. In fact, according to the American Library Association, the number one predictor of adults who like to read is having been read to as a child. And so let us use as much opportunity as we can, because when you read to a child, especially if you read to them and talk about what you're reading, this actually pulls up their comprehension, right? So you read to them at a level above their own decoding skills and define words, explain idioms, talk about allusions or connections with geography or history or whatever. That's actually pulling up the reading comprehension. If you don't do that, then the kids just kind of keep doing lateral shifts, and then they hit a point where they just can't read something, and then they won't. And I hear so many teachers today say of their children, even high school kids, they either can't read or they won't read. They can't write or they won't write. I don't know what to do. And I follow a good number of teachers that I don't personally know. I just follow them on social media because I'm very curious. What is it like on the front lines in middle school today? And that seems to be one of the most universal problems, is they either can't or won't. And until we kind of get parents much more involved and get a strong emphasis on bringing phonics-based, high repetition, solid reading instruction into the schools, I suspect we aren't going to see much progress in this area. And one of the saddest statistics that I heard recently is the national average of reading proficiency of 8th graders is in the 30%. And there are some places in this country, some city school districts, where they're right around 0%, like almost nobody has proficient reading. And you think, well, this is going to be pretty rough. But hopefully that gives you some clues. I would finish up by saying, if you have anxiety about a child who isn't reading the way you wish they were reading, don't let that overwhelm and depress you. Just keep on doing what you know is right, and remember that any number of people didn't read well as children, but became very happy, very successful, very literate adults. So early reading is not an indicator of success. Do we have any questions? We can take a few minutes for a few questions. Yes?
So I have a 15-year-old daughter who loves audiobooks, and she reads physical copies all the time too.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have that tendency to be like, hey, why don't you physically read that this time around?
Yeah.
Do you think that our culture, though, does kind of maybe use audiobooks as a replacement of physical books because it's easier? And are you seeing that trend?
I think there are a lot of reasons why audiobooks are the fastest growing section of publishing today. One is that we are all very busy, and we actually train our children to be very busy. So every single one of us is always very busy with a long list of things we either have to or want to do. And audiobooks are a way that we can multitask a lot more easily, right? Especially you start driving, you can listen to stories while you're driving. You can listen while you're playing with Legos or climbing trees or doing household chores. It's hard to do those other things reading on paper. So because we're so busy, we are naturally wanting to be able to enrich our minds with good and great stories and be able to do the other stuff that we need to do. So I think that's part of just the modern age of technology. But the other thing is if you look at someone in that age range, 14, 15, most kids, if they grew up in a pretty literate home and were read to, they can understand language that comes through audiobooks a little more easily than looking at it, especially if there's longer sentences. And you know how when you read, you have to kind of put into it a nuance of expression for it to mean what it's supposed to mean. And if you don't have the experience to do that, it doesn't mean the same thing. I'll give you a quick example. You could have a 3-word sentence and say it in 3 different ways, but it would mean 3 different things. You did that? You did that? You did that? Now, on paper, that would just be 3 words. But if it's being read by someone who has the maturity and experience to put the right nuance, it's adding meaning to it. And so that's why I think a lot of times kids in that zone, they can read on paper, but they're getting more richness from the experience by doing it audio. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's good.
And then, one thing that you want to also do is create opportunities for your children to read aloud to other people.
And they do that with their siblings. It's so sweet.
Yeah, perfect. And then my son, he didn't want to read aloud to anyone because it was so embarrassing. But when he was, 13, 14, I would always say, if he had like the bad job dishes, which always took long because we had rotating chores, I would say, okay, son, I see you've got dishes tonight. That's terrible. I understand. So I'll help out. If you want, I'll read to you while you do the dishes. Or if you prefer, I will do the dishes for you if you read to me. Well, he would almost always take the deal. And so, he would read to me, and I would just wash the dishes very slowly, trying to milk this for all it's worth. But that skill of being able to read aloud, for me, was very important because I wanted them to grow up and read to their children and continue a tradition of good literacy in the family. Yes, Dora.
I just have a question. So it might just be a me thing, but if I'm reading something technical, if I'm hearing it in an audiobook, I have comprehension.
Sure.
So I didn't know if, like, for kids to listen to an audiobook, do you more recommend something that's a little more, like, snackish?
Well, it just depends. I think there's going to be a variety of people. I'm with you. I tend to listen to fiction and read nonfiction because I want to mark and I want to remember and I want to read the same paragraph twice in a row. I don't often need to do that with a fiction book. Although sometimes I listen to the book and think, oh, I'm going to have to buy it now because now I want to read it slower.
That's where I get, like, I'm like, ooh, wait, I gotta listen to it again.
Yeah, but this is why, audiobooks are great, but reading with children and then defining things as you go, that's really what's going to create it's going to create and improve better reading comprehension. Because if you don't know what a word means, you can skip it and probably still understand it. But if you don't know too many of the words and you skip them, now you don't know what it means at all, and you hate the thing and you don't want to do it anymore. So that's why this reading and talking is so important, in home and in the classrooms too. Julia.
What would be some cues that someone might have auditory processing issues to get checked out?
One of the things you could test, and this would be kind of with younger children, would be multi-step tasking. So if you were to say to a 5-year-old, put your shoes by the door, put your water bottle on the kitchen counter, and then go get your math book, right? I guess 5 years old, you wouldn't have a math book, but go get something. So 3 things. Most kids around 5, 6, they could remember these 3 things. If someone missed one or more of those things consistently, then you might think, are they really hearing me, or are they scrambling them up? So you could contrive little tests of, do this, then do that, then do this other thing. And with older kids, you could maybe give them 4 tasks. Then you can get into digit span, like how many actual letters or numbers in a row can you remember well enough to say back. The average digit span for human beings is 7, which is why phone numbers traditionally had 7 digits, because you could kind of hear that and hold it in your brain long enough to make the call. Now our digit span has shrank because nobody knows phone numbers anymore.
Zip code 5.
Yeah, zip codes are 5. Yeah, so that would be one thing, and then you could go to an audiologist and check and be sure that there's all sorts of other things that can happen. For example, how some kids can be colorblind, would be an analogy. You can also have gaps in sound processing, so that certain frequencies or certain tones just aren't perceived, and so there's like a gap. So what you hear when you say something is not necessarily what they hear when they see it. And there are ways to treat that. There's Integrated Listening Systems is one company that uses filtered music and high stimulation to try and rebuild, because you can rebuild parts of the brain to do the job of parts that are damaged. Color blindness is actually, it's in the retina, not in the brain in the same way. But the analogy there is you're just not seeing certain colors the way you're not hearing certain frequencies. One more?
Yes, you said to learn to read copy work and spelling, and you gave us a lot of great ideas for copy work. What is your recommendation for spelling? Because one of my older daughters, we did the spelling, and she could do really well in spelling lessons and all about spelling. But then when it came to her writing, everything she learned, it seemed like it went out the window.
Yes, that's not an uncommon problem, and you do kind of have to realize that when you're learning to spell, you're kind of focusing on this one activity. When you are writing something, you are in a completely different part of your brain, right? Spelling is not actually a language function in the same way that putting words into sentences that make sense and sentences into a logical sequence. It's kind of this weird thing where you have to go and grab this stored up information and pull it back and hang on to it long enough and remember what you were trying to write so that you can use the word. But a lot of times kids will be, to go find that spelling information, I am going to completely lose my train of thought. So they will make a sacrifice to not get the spelling information, give it the best guess in order to get the whole sentence down and not have to go back and reconstruct that whole sentence. So, that's where, you say, okay, that's fine. Keep working on the spelling separately, and then at some point they come together more easily because it's all more familiar. Auditory memory can have something to do with that. Auditory memory can be strengthened through memorized language. We'll talk about that in the last session today. With auditory memory and processing issues, memorized language, poetry, prayers, scripture, excerpts from famous documents, nursery rhymes. We used to have a nursery rhyme culture, and I think that helped a lot. We don't have that so much anymore. We now have Pink Pony Club culture, which is not accomplishing anywhere near what nursery rhymes did. Anyway, that's a separate subject. We better wrap it up and take a short break here. So, Allison, do we have any unanswered questions from people in the home audience there?
We do. We have a question from Jennifer. And Jennifer is asking, you were referencing and discussing text size. And
Yes.
she asked, could a magnifier, such as a magnifying glass, help, referring to text size in reading?
I think so. A magnifying glass would probably help, but it would be somewhat awkward because its focal area is limited and you'd be having to, move this thing along somehow. I know that you can get things that will essentially, take a sheet of paper and make it larger on a screen. But then you're moving to a screen and that changes the way in which you're seeing things. So I think you could try a magnifying glass, but better would be just print the thing with bigger print on a piece of paper. That would be optimal if possible. All right, Jeff, do you have any instruction for everybody when we're supposed to reconvene? And mostly, where is the coffee? That's a big question.
Okay. So we're going to clap out and then I'll give some instructions.
All right. Oh, if Julia was here, she'd be very irritated. We did not get everyone to clap properly at the end. Cameron, how important is this to you? Can we just steal some clapping from some other talk?
Let's just do it real fast.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, in the spirit of our Chief Marketing Officer, Julie Walker, she said, you have to plug some products. And so one of the ones that, we'd really love here, and maybe you used it actually with some of your own kiddos, is the Primary Arts of Language, Reading and Writing. And as Mr. Pudewa was talking about phonics and word order and copy work, with this program, it's all in there. So we have phonics, we have sight sound, we have copy work, we have letter formation. And so, like I said to you all at the very beginning, we have some of our products out there, and you can look through those, and we are here to answer any of your questions. But we will take a short 5-minute break, and we will go ahead and fill up our coffee cups, use the restrooms, and then we'll come back and we'll do our next drawing for our next $100 gift certificate for in-person and online, and we'll reconvene here in just about 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Okay, so hopefully everybody got another cup of coffee, refilled those coffee cups, water cups. All right. That was an amazing first talk, wasn't it? Oh, it was so good. I'm just like, let me get a transcript of all of it, please. All right. Well, I wanted to give you some additional information. We have a list of countries that are watching in, that have registered, and we have 19 countries that are watching us live here. We don't have to go through all 19, but we have folks all the way from China, Guatemala, Morocco, the Netherlands, Pakistan, South Africa, Taiwan, UK, Nicaragua, all over 19 different countries, so amazing. Okay, are you ready for the next drawing? Okay. All right, let's do our virtual audience first, okay? All right, next one, virtual audience, $100 gift certificate goes to LaDonna Ricciotto. So LaDonna Ricciotto is our $100 IEW gift certificate winner. We will be emailing you. Okay, audience. Okay, get those tickets ready. Okay. Numbers are 157191. Hey! Congratulations. You're welcome. Congratulations. All right. And like I mentioned earlier, if you're watching us here online, we have some slides that you are seeing. Don't miss out on the free shipping slide. And so that has all the information you need to add that shipping code to your next IEW purchase at IEW online, our website, IEW.com. Okay, we are going to go ahead and get started with our next talk. And so we will go ahead and slate in, clap in, and we'll go ahead and get started. Wow.
So this talk is entitled Cultivating Attentiveness and Contemplation. And I think we all have caught ourselves in an irritated tone of voice saying, "Pay attention," as if this was somehow a magical incantation that would create marvelous attentiveness in our students. But I've been thinking about this problem of attentiveness and contemplation for some time, and so I have a few thoughts, and I fear that this talk is not going to be the magic pill you wish it would be, because it would be so nice if we could just, take a drug, as long as it had no bad side effects, and instantly be more attentive. And if we tested it out on ourselves and it worked, maybe we could actually just give this same drug to our children and everything would be marvelous. But we don't have it yet. You never know. We have to work it out. We have to wrestle with attentiveness. We have to wrestle with our minds and the busyness of our minds. In 1670, which is a long time ago, Pascal wrote in his Pensies this statement: "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. I don't know if that's true or not. I think we might have some problems that wouldn't be solved if we all just could do that. But it is interesting to note that certainly many problems are the result of the fact that we are just compelled to distract ourselves, to be busy, to do things, to amuse ourselves. Neil Postman wrote an excellent book way back in, I think, the 60s or 70s, Amusing Ourselves to Death. And that was really when TV was just ubiquitous. We live in a completely different world now. And I do wonder what would happen were I to accept the challenge of just sitting quietly in a room alone for an extended period of time. Like, how well could I do that? And what would be the result of doing it? I've been trying more and more, but darn it all, I'm so busy. The word attention is the preposition a, meaning out or to, and then the Latin verb tenuo, meaning I reach for, I grasp, right? And we get words like tentative, holding on to it for a short period of time. And so really, when we think about the meaning of the word attention, it is to reach out and take something. We are attending to it. We're reaching out, grasping it, applying it, using it, taking it inside a little bit more. And I think we find ourselves in a world where we have less need to do that because things are grabbing at us all the time. And the very nature of screens and the people who contrive things to be delivered on screens, which is ironic because most people who listen to this talk are going to listen to it or watch it on a screen. But the nature of screens is to relieve us of the effort required to reach out. And if it doesn't grab us, all we have to do is just swipe, and the next thing will hopefully have a better effect, and we will be grabbed, and we will have little effort at having to reach out. Whereas, we're in this talk going to discuss all sorts of ways that we can cultivate this willingness, this ability, this talent, this aptitude, this love for reaching out. And it's a very different action. It's a habit, and I think the modern world is interfering with our habit of attending. So I'm going to mention a few things here that I think are of utmost importance in helping to cultivate this habit. And the first thing I would mention is time in nature. Time in nature does something for us that almost nothing else. I would go so far as to say nothing else can replace time in nature. And one of the things that we are immediately able to absorb when we are in nature is this magnificent balance in the natural creation between complexity and order. If we think for a moment about the way God created everything, it's with infinite complexity and perfect order. We see this in things like leaves. If you were to hold a poplar leaf and you knew what a poplar leaf should look like, you would say, that's a poplar leaf. You would know this because it has the perfect structure of a poplar leaf, which no other leaf is. But at the same time, every one of the billions or trillions of poplar leaves that have ever existed is different in some way. This is true, of course, with everything. Human faces, snowflakes, the whole science of forensics is based on the fact that structures are consistent in creation, but variety is infinite. And So what we notice then is that when we're in nature, we are contemplating small differences between similar things or large differences between unlike things. And our minds and our eyes just do this automatically. We look at a tree, we look at another tree, and we will notice the different size or the different shape or the different branches or the different density of, pine needles and pine cones. And so there's a relaxing effect that this has when we are comparing similar things in nature. One of the things I've noticed about children, by the way, I have to just tell all you young people, I am convinced the best thing about being alive, for me at least, is grandchildren. You see, because when you have grandchildren, you can observe them in a way you couldn't your own children. You can play with them, they talk to you, and then when they get a little irritating, you just send them back to their mother. And it's just the best. It's like the best thing about being a parent, only without much of the stress. But I've been spending a lot of time with grandchildren, and I've been noticing things. One granddaughter in particular, who is 7 years old right now, has quite the penchant for comparing little things like rocks. So if you take a walk with this child, she will pick up a rock and she'll make me carry it because I have pockets. I think she should have some clothes with pockets and she could carry her own rocks, but nevertheless, or we have this area with lots of rock, and she wants to pick out all these rocks and find the prettiest ones and then kind of organize them. And then I've got to, of course, get them all back into the garden where they belong, but nevertheless, there's this action, or flowers, and it reminds me of when I was a child. I spent a lot of time on the ocean in a sailboat and snorkeling and diving down and picking things up off the floor of the ocean near the beach where we would go often. And I had the most incredible set of sand dollars. You know those little dead animals that turn white and they look like about the shape of a silver dollar? Well, I had dozens and dozens of these, and I kept them arranged from the largest to the tiniest. And then when I would get a better specimen, I would have to figure out, does this go in between these two, or is this a better specimen and I can get rid of this one because they're kind of exactly the same size? I was so proud of this collection of sand dollars. And I don't know exactly what it does when children collect and organize things, but it becomes a contemplation of the small differences, the gradations of variety in natural creation. I had one of my daughters went to a small liberal arts college in California called Thomas Aquinas College. And this school, pretty much everybody does the same thing. It's not a college where you can sign up for a bunch of different classes. Everybody takes pretty much the same classes. And all the freshmen have to take a natural philosophy class. And they have to collect insects. They have to go out. You did this, Karina. Yes. You have to go out and collect insects and then organize them in some fashion. You get to choose how you want to organize them. You can, put them in size. You can put them in number of legs and categories or colors. But I found it really interesting that this school, which is well known for its classical curriculum and rigorous pedagogy, had a bunch of 18 and 19-year-old kids out scouring the property to find as many different insects as they could find, and then having them organize it on a little board like fifth graders, right? What's the value of this? I would argue that it was teaching basic observation and categorization and comparison in a way that kind of any verbal thing wouldn't accomplish, because it was directly connected with nature in this way. I've also noticed, and you probably have too, these little exercise, they're not even exercise, they're like fun books that they make for kids that'll have spot the difference, right? And you have two pictures, and at first glance, they look almost the same. But then, okay, there's 10 things that are different. Like, oh, well, this has a stripe and that doesn't. And, oh, that one has a flower in the corner and this one does. And you're trying to find all these things. What's the value here? Kids kind of intrinsically like the challenge of it, although they don't like it if they can't find them all. Right? Then there's the frustration. And then they come to you and you're like, well, I'm sorry, can't help you with this one. But there's this discovering of small differences that I think helps us in our larger capacity of analysis and comparison and thinking skills that we need later on. And so this time in nature. The other thing that comes to mind is I grew up in a time where it was necessary to figure out how to not die of boredom. I don't know if any of you remember this feeling when you're young, but you have this belief that if this continues on as it is and I don't get some stimulation, I will literally just expire, right? And so you have this feeling of a kid, and this is a really important thing, because what does it force the child to do? It forces them to go and find something to think about and look about. It forces them to reach out into the world. And I spend a lot of time on a boat, as I told you, and it's really interesting because sometimes it's wonderful. You can hike, you can swim, you can build sandcastles, but sometimes it's so boring. You're just sitting there, and there's just waves, and maybe the island and the hills, or the clouds and the boat, and there's no TV, no radio. You know, yeah, you could go read a book, but that takes work. And so I just remember these long periods of time, 15, 20 minutes, where I would just be looking at the clouds. Do you remember this? I think so many children today may be deprived of this because they have screens in their world and they have so many toys. And the thing on this boat is you couldn't bring all your toys. You were just stuck and you had to just survive the boredom. And it was good. I think we need a return to boredom for children. And I was of the generation where you did never ever say to your parents, I'm bored, because they would immediately contrive all number of unpleasant tasks for you to do to keep you busy. So I knew you just don't complain, you suffer in silence. But I remember just looking at the clouds for long periods of time. And what does this force you to do? Well, you start making comparisons. The rock formation reminds you of a face, and the face reminds you of a story, and the story reminds you, and all of these things then are coming into your mind and your consciousness and your awareness, and you're actually building imagination. I think that there's a direct connection between the faculty of imagination and this ability to reach out and draw things into yourself. And when you go back to screens and you think about it, you don't have to imagine anything. Everything is pre-imagined for you. And, we have fun things on screens. You see something and it's the stereotypical cute cat video. And honestly, it's cute. But it's done in 30 seconds. And then there's another thing, and it's cute. And I'm not even talking about things on screens that are or morally problematic. It's that it's replacing, in a way, your faculty of imagination stimulated by the world around you. It's the opposite of attention. Rather than reaching out and engaging, it's taking over. It's displacing imagination to some degree. So this is why I think, in addition to time in nature, we want to pair that with reduced screens in children's lives. I think that all kids would be better if they never watched screens at all for the first 12 years of their life. But that's not going to happen. So we have to look at how do we minimize or how do we control. My parents were very disciplined about television, right? There were hours at which you could watch television, and then there was all the rest of the time. But now I think the screens are so ubiquitous. There's one everywhere all the time, and they're tremendously attractive. And all you have to do to prove this is have a screen and be in a room with half a dozen children. And within seconds, they will all be right behind you looking over your shoulder to see what's on your screen. I mean, it could be something boring like an Excel spreadsheet. They still need to know what's on that screen because they don't want to miss out on something stimulating, right? So I don't know the solution, but I do know there are a number of good books on this subject, the most recent of which I highly recommend. It's called The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt, H-A-I-D-T. And this, I think, is a must-read for parents, especially who've got preteens and teens that are now just constantly negotiating for more access and more access to screens. And that, I think, is probably the thing that is fracturing our attention the most. And I know you've experienced this. You sit down to read a book, an actual paper book, and you're sitting there, and your phone is right there. And even if you've turned it upside down, which is my habit, it constantly calls you. It's drawing you. You think, what am I missing? What little bit of news? Maybe my wife is trying to text me. Maybe there's something I need to know. Maybe World War III has just started and I'm sitting here completely oblivious to what's happening in the world, right? And it's really hard not to attend to that phone. And so I think we need to work on this as adults, because if we want this behavior in our children, we really have to practice it ourselves. And I have discovered that my wife does not like it when I do not respond to her texts immediately. And I have had to negotiate this with her and say, I am trying hard not to be the slave of this thing. And I know that if you're at Costco and you want me to check whether we have peas or whatever, I may be able to do that, but I may be disconnected. And that's just the way we're going to live. It's easy for us because when we got married, there were no phones. I wonder about the young people today who have never lived life without a screen being a constant presence. How do we do it? But those are the two things I think are foundational. And we could get into all sorts of academic or pedagogy types of conversations. But if those two things, time in nature and minimizing screens, are not significant in the lives of the children we're working with, everything else is going to be second in effect to that. Now, the next thing I would talk about is the relationship between the control of your body and the control of your mind. And I think that there are certain disciplines that traditionally have been a part of children's lives that are very helpful in this way of, if you can control your body, you can better control your mind. Because it's actually your mind that causes you to control your body. And so I would start with what I think is by far the most important thing, and that would be music. It is profoundly, deeply, more than any of us can imagine, more than I can possibly articulate, valuable for young children to play musical instruments and or sing. Because when they can do this, they must control their body in a very complex way. And I had, the great benefit of growing up not only with a father who loved to sail, so I spent a lot of time in nature. I had a mother who was a piano and voice teacher, so I grew up in a very musical home. And what I've come to see is that if you really focus on creating optimal musical experiences for young children as they get older, they will be able to continue in this direction more easily. And if you miss out on that younger time, it's harder to get them into this. So the first thing that I would recommend is focused listening with young children. So what do I mean by focused listening? Well, basically what I mean is trying to bring their attention to a piece of music without the distractions of everything else going on. Now, this may be closing their eyes. Young children may or may not be able to do that, but not doing anything else. We use music poorly in our modern world. We pollute the environment with disordered music pretty much everywhere we go, whether it's a store or a restaurant or the cute cat video that has to have some music to grab your auditory attention as well as your visual. And it didn't used to be like that. If you go back before electricity to the beginning of all human history, if you wanted music, you either had to make it yourself or get very close to someone who did. And so this is a double edge here. We have this ubiquity of music, and it's just random. Most of it is disordered and not good for our souls, and yet we just live in this I don't know, cesspool of auditory chaos most all the time. Now, we can use technology, though, to try to ameliorate that by using beautiful music for a short period of time in a very focused way. So an example of how you might do this is you would take just 3 minutes of a piece by Bach. Choose Bach first because Bach is the best. And you just pick 3 minutes of a beautiful little section of some Bach piece, right? And then you play that 3 minutes for children, 2-3 times a day, 6-7 days a week. So that with that repetition, somewhere between, say, 10 and 20 times, they hear this same 3 minutes of a beautiful piece of music. Now, what will happen if a child hears the same 3 minutes of a beautiful piece of music in a week time? They'll memorize it. They'll know it. They will know it. Now, this has 2 very significant effects. Number one is they will start to anticipate what's coming next, right? So when you know something and you know what's coming, right, you attend to it more fully because you're anticipating what's going to come next. I watched some grandsons listen to the 1812 Overture by Tchaikovsky, which is not, by the way, about the War of 1812. It's about a completely different war. But cannons. Tchaikovsky wrote cannons into this piece of music. Well, okay, if you're a little boy about 7 years old and you know that the cannons are coming, you are on the edge of your mental seat there waiting for the cannons. And of course, when the cannons boom, you're out of your seat, energized, jumping around the thrill of these cannons, right? And that's kind of an extreme example, but this will happen really with any piece of music when you know what's coming. So it creates an attentiveness to it because there's an anticipation. Then the other thing that happens is that when the thing you expect to happen happens, you're happy. There's this little burst of joy. Have you ever noticed that? When you're anticipating something and it does happen, you appreciate that. You're glad. Even though you knew it was going to happen, you're happy when it does. Actually, the entire concept of superhero movies is based on this, right? You know what is going to happen. You don't need to watch the movie to find out, right? And I don't think we necessarily watch them for the acting or the soundtrack, maybe special effects. But mostly, we like to see the good guys win in the end. That's what we're really watching for. And then once in a while, someone makes a superhero movie where the good guys don't win, and everybody is very irritated about this, if you recall. But of course, then they make the sequel, which was the plan all along. Nevertheless, so focused listening has a tremendously valuable effect. And I think less is more. So if you were to listen to a little bit less music with higher repetition, you would get more benefit from the listening because you would have a more intimate knowledge of the thing. And then next week, okay, get a different 3 minutes of a different Bach piece. And then the next week you get the next 3 minutes or a different 3 minutes. And then maybe the next month you could go to a different composer, pull the best 3 minutes of Mozart's for a month, and then go to, Beethoven and get to Handel eventually. And then of course go back to Bach because Bach is the best. Now, this focused listening is going to contribute to their attentiveness when they are trying to learn to play or sing, right? Now, when you think about playing a musical instrument, this requires a tremendous amount of self-control. Whether it's a piano or a violin or a cello or even a recorder, a penny whistle, you're having to control the gross motor of your body, keep it basically in the position it needs to be in to do it. And then you have your mid-level motor, right? And then you have your fine motor. And then you have your really, really refined differences in the notes and the rhythm of the notes. And if you're playing a string instrument like a violin or cello, you're even into the smallest little difference between the note being in tune and not quite in tune. And so you're disciplining your faculties in these very, very subtle but important ways. And if you're, hearing the music and then learning to play the music the way a Suzuki approach would be, then you are building in this appreciation for the perfected version of something. And then that perfected version that you've listened to again and again and again becomes a control of error for your own playing, and then you know if a note is out of tune or if a rhythm is off because your brain immediately compares what you just did with the perfected version that you have heard enough times to essentially have memorized. And so you get this refinement of personal control over your body and your mind and your attentiveness. And then as you get older, you play pieces that are longer and you start to memorize pieces. You have to go and stand out and perform pieces in front of other people, which is a completely different experience for many because it's adding this level of need for concentration because the audience can be a distracting problem for a lot of people. And so the earlier you start and the longer you do it, I think, and we're not even getting into the neurological benefits that happen when you play a musical instrument. I have a whole 2-hour talk on that subject. But in terms of the discipline, I don't know anything better for just self-control, mental discipline, physical control, physical discipline, and nuanced refinement. So I would strongly encourage you, if you haven't already, figure out how can you get your kids playing musical instrument and singing. And it doesn't have to be a big project like starting the violin. You can do it with a penny whistle, right? You can do it with a recorder. You can do it with simple, even a little xylophone requires some of those fundamental disciplines. Then you get to a point where, hopefully, you now are singing or playing with other people. This brings in a new aspect of attentiveness, because if you're in an ensemble, then you have to be very attentive to when is it your turn to play this thing? When do you start? When do you stop? What are other people doing? Or you're playing in harmony or singing in harmony, and you have to hold your pitch against other pitches. Again, I grew up playing the violin, and I would value this as being more formative for me than anything else. And I played in a string quartet, and it was really rough because I was the second violin, and the first violin was this cute girl, and I was so distracted around 12, 13 years old. I mean, I really liked this girl, and she was so way better than me too. And I was just, but it put me like on the edge of being the best that I could be, and I had to learn how to concentrate and not be distracted by girls, which is something all boys do need to accomplish at some point, I believe. I doubt she was at all distracted by me, but I know I was distracted. But anyway, we had 2 violins and a viola and a cello, and we would go play, you know, at a retirement home, or we'd play a couple weddings. It was so good. It was so good. We had our repertoire, and I was highly motivated to do the best that I could do. And that being in a small ensemble and practicing together and having to really listen and get your, you know, your crescendos at the right time, and your rhythmic, you know, articulation of the notes in just the right way. There is a nuance to playing in ensembles, in orchestras, in singing in choirs, that you really don't get in any other way that I can think of. Now, I would say that sports can come close, although I think some types of physical training are actually more advantageous than others. And the things that I like are the ones where you have the same repetitive motion, and you have to do it again and again and again, and you have to get it better every single time, more precise. It reflects music in this way. And this is why I think top of the list of benefits would be martial arts. And so when you are learning martial arts, karate or jiu-jitsu or aikido, you're doing these motions again and again, and you're growing and you're getting stronger because you're growing up, and so you're able to do it better. But there's always another level of perfection that you can attain. And I started doing karate, I guess I was, I don't know, 10 or 11, and I failed my first white belt test. Like, how do you fail a white belt test? And I remember at this moment, I had 2 paths. One is, I am a failure and I will never do this. Or, I'm going to have to work a lot harder than I have been. And I chose, fortunately, the path of, I'm going to try this. I'm going to work harder. I'm going to do this. And one thing I really love about martial arts is that most of the time, instructors tend to be pretty strict. And one thing that they are doing is they are enforcing a long tradition. So their rules aren't arbitrary. Their rules are empowered by this, you know, hundreds or 1,000-year tradition. Kind of like music, but it's more physical, and it's hard for, you know, a 10, 11, 12-year-old boy to just hold the body still and hold the body in particular ways and then move your body in really particular ways and then have someone tell you, no, you have to do it a little bit more like this, and then you practice, and then pretty soon you can do it a little closer, and then you finally pass your belt test, and then you learn new skills, and then you have to practice them. And these, you know, the martial arts that use forms, where you have a whole sequence of techniques that you would do in a particular pattern, in a particular rhythm, in a particular way, from memory, and you have to practice and practice and practice these things. This is just hugely beneficial. I really think that's kind of at the top. You know, along with that would be things that maybe aren't quite as active but require that same nuanced level, such as archery. When you think about archery, there's this level of precision and attention to detail that is really small, really precise, really refined, right? And you have to do things in just exactly the right way. Riflery would be in this. That's requiring, a lot of control, even down to how you breathe, things like that. Gymnastics, you also see this in gymnastics and in dance, but we're talking probably, the more classical, precise forms of dance. The modern concept of dance is rather different than what it was. But you think about the classical training that you have to do, these motions again and again and again, and this refinement. Track, swimming, I think that sports where you're basically competing against yourself tend to be better in this way, although I know that if you're going to be a good pitcher on a high school baseball team, you're going to have to do that type of thing again and again and again until you have this precise, nuanced motion that allows you to succeed and win the games and all that. So I do think that physical training is something that contributes to mental performance as well. Because if you can control your body, you can control your mind, and they're very closely. I remember in karate, the teacher, our sensei Habura, he had this rule. If you yawned in class during the class time, you had 20 knuckle push-ups on the hardwood floor. I learned to notice that I was about to yawn and not do that. And if you can control that type of almost uncontrollable response, you can control all sorts of things about your body. So I'm profoundly grateful there. The third thing that we would notice in these basic controls of the mind and body is memorized stuff, right? And I could talk about memory for hours and hours, but when you think about what you have to do to memorize something very precisely, whether it's music, whether it's dance or martial arts forms or language, you have to do something again and again and again, and you have to have some kind of control of error, so a coach or a model or a recording or something to compare yourself. But when you commit a poem to memory, you're having to deal not just with the story, but with every little word that's in this poem that is making the poem that you are memorizing. So there's attention to detail in memorizing poetry that I think is hugely beneficial. And I really am profoundly grateful because my parents, I don't think they thought this through at all. It was just one of the things that parents who had the means would do. But I look on my childhood and I think, well, it was playing music, it was time in nature, and it was memorizing stuff. That really, I think, made me who I am. It formed my intellect and my character and my aptitude much more than any, quote, academic thing. Like, I remember almost nothing about school because life started when I got out of school, and that's where I did all of these other things that were so, in retrospect, so valuable in helping me develop the faculties that I have. I'm sure I could be better, but I'm profoundly grateful to my parents that they had the time and the money and the willingness to let me do this stuff. And I would like to make an observation about repetition. In Japanese, there is a saying that we have no equivalent for in English. Like you would never hear this equivalent saying. It literally translates as this: 10,000 times and then begins understanding. 10,000 is a word in Japanese that kind of equivalates to a really big number, we would probably in our vocabulary say a million, right? But ichiman, 1,000, 10,000. But this idea of doing something 10,000 times and then begins understanding, we don't relate to this in English and our Western. What do we say? Try again? Third time's a charm? Like, if you don't get it by then, give up. But this idea of really getting deep into the understanding of something when you have done it so many times that now you don't have to think about doing it. It becomes second nature. You can now start to observe yourself doing something. And I think children have this natural faculty towards increasing understanding through repetition. And then gradually we have become persuaded that, oh, I already read that, I already did that, I need something new. The irony of this is that we have all been persuaded that we need something new by an industry that uses repetition to convince us, right, of this. But you can look at young children. I find this so interesting. Young children and storybooks, right? Again, the benefit of grandchildren. I did not notice this until the grandchildren came along. Did you ever notice that a child will be very happy for you to read them the same book again and again and again and again until you are not wanting to? And they will say, read this one. And you said, we just read that about half an hour ago. Read it again. Okay, so you do because you love them. Why do they want this? It has to do with the nature of repetition and comprehension and joy. So you read them this story. They know what's going to happen. They've heard it umpteen times, dozens of times. They know what's going to happen, but they want to hear it again because they want to have that experience. Same thing like with music, the fulfillment. So in Ping, do you know the story about Ping? Yes, you should probably read this at least 1,000 times. Anyway, they know that Ping is going to, in the end, decide to get in line, be in the back, and get his little spank so he can go into the boat with all of his aunts and uncles and cousins and brothers and sisters. He's going to do the right thing at the end. They know this. And when he does, they're so happy, right? The other thing that you'll notice about children and books is that there are words in the books they don't know. But it's the context, it's the sequence, it's the narrative, it's the picture. This adds to their comprehension. So every time they hear this book, they're understanding it a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And then they kind of reach a critical mass. I got it. I know the story. I need something now to take me to the next level. And then you say, do you want to hear Ping? No. But you love this book. They did. They probably still do. But they got everything out of it that they could at that level. And I've always wondered, what would it be like to read, a great book like, I don't know, best novel I've read, Anna Karenina. What would it be like to just read that again and again and again and again, like 10 times? I'll bet I would have the same experience that the children do. I would see more. I would attend to the details, the nuance. I would become a better, thoughtful person as a result of that. I would also end up probably contemplating the characters and the circumstances and the situation. I had one daughter who did this with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. She started reading at a very young age, and I think for the entire year or so, when she was around 7, she did nothing in her spare time except read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe books, the whole set, and then she would just start all over again and read the next whole set, and then she would start all over again and read the whole set again. And this went on for well over a year, like a year and a half. And I remember my wife saying, do you think we should make her read something else? And I said, I don't know. I mean, she just wants to live in Narnia. What's wrong with that? And she's only a little kid, so why bother? But that idea of being like deeply immersed in something, and that can happen with the books and through the repetition. But one of our big problems is that we are always kind of feeling the need to do something new, to do something different. And there's a couple sayings in Latin. One of them is festina lente. So that literally translates into make haste slowly, right? Well, what would that look like? Well, okay, so be engaged, be fully present, be doing it energetically, fast, festina, but do less. Do it slowly. Take your time about being fully engaged. The other Latin saying is, I think, a little easier, and that's multum non multa, right? So much, not many. And I think the whole world is pushing us to do more, less, and to make haste quickly. Or in being too quick, we don't make progress. And so this is this idea of contemplation and taking the time to let things soak in. I remember one particular experience with one of my daughters. She was, I don't know, probably around 10 years old at the time. And we were living in a house, and I had an office in a converted shop. And so I was working from home. And I remember walking in the house. It was maybe, I don't know, 10:30, 11 in the morning, middle of the morning. I remember walking past, and she was sitting in the living room staring out the window into the backyard. And I walked through, and I thought, she isn't doing anything. Now, if you're homeschooling, and it's mid-morning, 10:30, 11, and you've got a 10-year-old who isn't doing anything, this can easily be perceived as a problem. So I made a mental note, find my wife, and find out why is she not doing something, like reading or math or writing or something. She's just staring out the window. So anyway, I had to take a shower, get dressed. I was going to go do something. I had to leave. And I walked back through the living room. This is about 20 minutes maybe. She was still in the exact same spot, staring out the window, doing nothing. So I put on my nice dad face and mustered up my nice dad voice, and I came over. I said, "Hey, sweetie, what are you doing?" And she took a few seconds and then looked at me and said, "Well, Dad, things are just kind of connecting up in my brain." And I remember thinking at that moment, who am I to think that I should interfere with the process of things connecting up in her brain? Like, what could be better than that, honestly? And yet, you know, I'm in this mindset, like we have to be doing stuff, we have to be busy, we have to be proving that we're using time well. And I kind of look back on that and I think we all need more of this freedom to have the time and the space, connecting with nature, being disconnected from the distractions and the busyness and the compulsion things, or the things we're compelled to do, to just let things connect up in our brain. And I think historically we've seen more opportunity for children to do this and less today, because one of the biggest problems is that every kid born into the world right now, no matter how good of a parents you are and how good of a home you have, I think every kid is born with a stronger belief that they have a right to be entertained. And I think culturally we've lost things where kids have to realize, no, I am in an environment and I have absolutely no right to be entertained here. I will have to survive this. I will have to come up with some way to not die of boredom. And maybe that's going to create more connecting up in the brain. You know, you think about kids going to church. It's pretty boring, honestly. And this is good. And I think it's really good for kids to sit in church and not be entertained, rather than sending them off to Sunday school where they, you know, sing songs and dances and play games and have fun. I think that maybe a lot of kids learn to read because they were so bored in church, they picked up the hymnal and started trying to figure out the words on the page, right? But, you know, but there was an attentiveness that can be cultivated, but you have to have the environment. I remember going to concerts. I had a love-hate relationship with concerts. My mother would take me to, you know, see the orchestra at the music center or something. And I remember liking music and wanting to go with her, but also knowing it was going to be a really long time where I had to sit in one seat and be quiet, and it was going to be hard. But that was good. That was good. So I think that, you know, I'm always impressed when we have young people who come to lectures and talks, because it's the same thing. They may be bored, but it might be good for them because they might be forced to attend and contemplate. So those are some thoughts I have had, and I already have more thoughts, so I might get a part 2 of this one at some point, because what we really would like to know is how do we get this kid to do his math right now, right? But I think, you know, these foundational ideas are going to contribute to the academic growth that we hope to see down the line. So, all right, well, thank you very much. All right, we're going to clap, and then we can have some questions, if you have any questions. No, we clap, and then she, what do you call that?
Clapboard, the clap.
Yeah, I don't know.
I call it clap.
Yeah. We don't have any role, scene, take, director, nothing. Just
Encompasses everything.
lovely Phoebe and her clap. Any questions?
Why do you do that, the clap?
Oh, the clap. Because we record the audio, and then we record the video, and if you have a clap where it hits at exactly the moment that the sound is produced, you can line up your video and audio much more easily. Yeah. So the tech guys, they do it. But it goes all the way back to early movies, and they actually have separate things that would record the audio and the video, and they have, or the movie, and they have to put them together. Otherwise, you get that case where the mouth is slightly off sync, and you just don't want to watch that. So it saves the guys time, and anything that saves them time saves us money. So that's good too. Brent.
I've heard it. Some people say that kids need movement to help them learn better.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the school I'll be teaching at is planning on implementing some sort of curriculum to get them moving throughout the day. And they talked about, well, they shouldn't be sitting for more than this long before they get up and move, based on their age. But this, what you were saying, sounds more like we're trying to encourage self-control, where they do need to learn to sit longer than they naturally would. Like, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's always a balance. The question was, kids need movement to learn better. Young children shouldn't have to sit for too long period of time. I totally agree with that. And if I'm looking at these things of being in nature, yeah, you can move, you can roll around, you're free. I think part of what kids like isn't the movement. They like the freedom of knowing they could move if they have to, right? So like, you know, Fiona sitting there looking at the window, no one was compelling her to stay in one place. She was choosing to do that, but she knew she had the freedom to get up and move whenever she wanted. But I know lots of them. In fact, my father, who kind of started telling me some of the same things again and again toward the end of his life, one of the things he mentioned at least a dozen times in the last 5 years or so was how physically painful it was to have to sit in a chair in school all day long. And I can relate to that. I think most men who were boys can relate to that. And of course, we know that schools have been very boy-unfriendly places for a long time. But there's going to be a balance. So yeah, control yourself right now, and then go, you know, beat the heck out of each other on the field. So there is that balance. But I think about the things that I mentioned, like music, playing an instrument. You're moving continuously. Martial arts, it's all about controlled motion. Dance, you know, even archery, which I have a grandson who's very, very skilled at archery, and you just watch him, and it's slow movement, but it's very precise and controlled movement. And so I'm all for that. The other thing we know is that if you're trying to memorize something, if you choreograph gestures with the language you're trying to memorize, you'll memorize faster. I'll bet half of you can do this one, the topic sentence and the clincher sentence.
Must repeat or reflect
2 or 3 key words. Yeah, so I did that in this, you know, in the videos teaching the writing program to kids, and you just put those gestures with it and they'll memorize the role quickly. And so you can apply that creation of consistent gestures to anything that you want them to memorize. I remember visiting a classical school in Wisconsin, Green Bay area, Wisconsin, and the whole class had memorized the entire Paul Revere's Ride, right? And they had to fix gestures to almost every line. And so it made it so much easier for them because you're storing the information in more than just the language area of your brain. The other thing that you'll see is that the gestures also allow for better imagination. So when you recite a poem, if you have a particular gesture affixed to a particular line, the image that goes with that line will also connect with the gesture and the words, and so you get kind of a more multi-sensory approach as well. So yes, I'm all for minimizing long periods of enforced non-mobility for young boys. Jessica.
I have a question about what you were talking about with learning an instrument. So we have like a little ukulele that just sits around, and my oldest has come and he picks it up and he plays it and he's tinkered around on it and taught himself a bunch of stuff. But when I say, do you want to take lessons? Would you get lessons? Nah, I don't really want to. Same, we have a guitar. Do you want to take the guitar lessons? Nah, I don't really care. I just want to kind of do my thing. Is lessons or like learning the refinement of like playing the instrument correctly, is that important to that, like, I don't know, like, is that important, or I'm afraid that will kill the fun and the joy of playing the instrument?
Okay, her question is, her son likes to kind of teach himself, we'll put it that way, ukulele or guitar, and will having lessons kill the fun of doing it? It could. I think what the biggest factor would be is how good is the teacher? And then are there any social opportunities to apply the music? Those two things sometimes go hand in hand. So Suzuki music teachers, for example, generally always have group lessons where the kids can all bring their violins or cellos and play together. That's highly motivating. Playing in an ensemble is highly motivating. But if we were to back up just one spot and say, what makes kids want to do something is getting better. right? So if you're playing basketball and you're getting better, you like basketball. If you're playing basketball and you're not getting better, you quit. That would be my case, right? So the problem here is when you kind of fool around on your own, you can get better up to a certain point, but then you can't really get much better because you don't know how to do that. Now, you could go get ukulele YouTube, I'm sure, and you could learn maybe from that example, but a good teacher will actually show you what to do to get better. And if you do what the teacher says, you do get better, and then you like that. That's what you want more of. So that's why the coach, the teacher, the model that you can imitate, and there's some level of correction involved so you don't get bad habits, and you just keep getting better and better, that's the most motivating thing. Now, with a kid who says, do you want lessons? You know, in his mind, he's like, well, I don't need lessons. I could figure it out myself. Another thing is, well, the teacher might make me do stuff I don't want to do. A coach that doesn't make you do something that you don't want to do isn't going to be a very good coach, right? And that's true whether it's, you know, the personal trainer at the gym or the football coach or the music teacher. So I think part of the value of having a teacher outside the home, a coach, is that you do have this opportunity to come point to point with things you don't want to do. And you know, that would be an extension off of contemplation and attentiveness, would be how do we learn to be willing to do things we don't want to do. So that's what I think part of the advantage is. The other thing you have to remember about kids is when you say, do you want to do something? They've never done it before. They're not qualified to give an answer, right? No, I don't want piano lesson. How do you know? I don't. I've never had piano lesson, right? So that's why, you know, I think in our modern world and some of the disordered modern parenting advice that has come to us is, well, be sure your kid wants to do all the things that you want them to do. But, and there's some validity, but if they don't know, they can't make an informed decision, then you would just decide for them, right? And just say, well, we're going to try it for a year. Or we're just going to start. Don't even say a year, because then they'll hold out. Do you remember Dear Abby? Do you remember the newspaper column? So she wrote a column once and said, she did this like 50 years or something. She had this massive career. She said, I have received countless letters of people who said, I'm really grateful that my mom didn't let me quit piano, fill in the blank. She had never once received a letter saying, I'm still angry at my mom for not letting me quit, right? And so, you know, there is that kind of, kids don't necessarily know what's best for them in the long term. So, does that help at all?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Katie?
My son is 8, and he struggles with reading, with writing. He has speech unclarities. We do tons of outside play, so we don't do video games. And he's started expressing that he's different than other kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because of these things, what encouragement can I give him? Because he sees his peers playing video games and going to public school, reading, writing, and then homeschool, and he feels different.
Yeah.
But I love that we don't do those things, but I'll start at home.
So the question is, her son struggles a bit with reading and writing in school. He's 8 years old, and he's feeling different because he's not good at that stuff, and all the boys he knows do things that he doesn't do, like play video games. Is that right? Well, a few ways to approach this. You know, he's a little bit young, but you can start and then just kind of reinforce it over the few years. A lot of people do things that are not good for them. right? And you could come up with various examples. Playing video games is essentially not a good thing. It's not necessarily really harmful, but it's not good. And if you're doing, if you're doing one thing, you're not doing another. So we have decided to not have video games in our home. And that's just your fate, kid. That's just the way it is. And it's not going to change no matter how hard you beg. So give up right now. It's just we don't, we don't do this bad thing. We don't do this other bad thing. And we're just not going to do this. Okay, so you get past that. Then what you want to try and kind of look for are what are the things that he, shows an interest or an aptitude. Maybe it's drawing. Maybe you get him involved in martial arts. Martial arts is so good for boys that age. So very good. Maybe you can get involved in a little bit of music, or maybe he can draw. And so you want to find the thing that he has an aptness for and a willingness, and try to let him get good at that. And so that he can have one thing that he can really get good at. Because part of what video games attractiveness is that you can get good at that game and go up level, up level, up level. It's like martial arts, only you're not wearing a belt and a gi. You're now up level in your whatever game you're playing. So kids like systems that acknowledge their progress in a concrete external way. So, and if it's music, you graduate book 1, you move into book 2. Now you're a book 2 student. You're rank up in life, right? So looking for that kind of opportunity where both he can do something and get better at it, and it really doesn't matter what it is as long as it's basically a human thing. I will point out a really interesting thing that I heard on a conversation. I don't remember who he was talking with, but Jordan Peterson podcast. He was talking about how when children play together, they are constantly negotiating, right? And the real game isn't to win or lose, but it's to keep the game going, right? So you have to decide the boundaries, and you have to make agreements, and you have to you have to set the rules, and then you have to negotiate disputes. These are essential life skills. Now, the huge difference between kids playing with each other and kids playing a video game is there's no negotiation with the game. It is what it is. It is absolute. It controls everything, and you just conform to it entirely. So it's a completely different type of play. And this negotiating that happens with siblings, with friends, the pickup game and the cul-de-sac, and then you get into, older kids in middle school or high school, and they get into these conversations, right? Or they start playing the game of do schoolwork, right? For kids, doing schoolwork is a game, right? And there's rules, and then you can negotiate with the rules sometimes. Sometimes you can't, but you learn when you can and when you can't. But for them, it's really a game. Like, how do I do the least amount of math and still get my mom to let me go play outside, or, right? And so they're working all in this negotiation. So that's an interesting difference. Now, I don't know you could explain that to him at 8 years old. I mean, at 8 years old, you basically are the victim of your fate. And, and I would just say, for better or worse, you're born into a family that does not use video games. So get used to it. We're also not, Jewish, or we're not communists, or we're not astronauts, we are who we are. And building, and I had really good advice from a head of school when I went to Guatemala. He was a very wise man. And he said, you always say to your kids, we do this in this family, or we don't do this in our family. Not you can't, but we don't. Or you have to, but we do, right? We go to church every week. That's what we do. Yeah, you have some friends who don't, but that doesn't mean anything because we do, right? So I really appreciated that little bit of advice, and I wish I had got it many years sooner. Is that helpful at all? All right, one more and then we'll have some lunch.
How do you suggest like going through the transition of screens and video games and stuff into more outside of boring activities? Sitting still.
How do you make the transition of going from screens and video games to more boring activities like being outside and sitting still?
No, outside and then boring activities.
Okay, so how do you make a transition from screens and video games and being outside to more boring activities like sitting still? Am I here? Say it again.
How do you go through the transition of screens and video games to playing outside and sitting still?
Okay, so how do you make a transition from screens and video games to better things like playing outside and sitting still? I think that when you want to change a behavior, there are two basic approaches. One is you would just say, 100% cold turkey, stop doing something. And then you've got a bunch of time and you do something else. One of the rules you start to realize when you're young and as you get older is if you're doing something, you're not doing something else, right? And so as you get older and your priorities change, that's called maturity, right? And you say, well, I would rather do something that is more beneficial to who I am, growing in virtue, getting smarter, being more skilled, right? Rather than just occupying my time to not die of boredom. And so, you could reach a point where say, well, I used to like that and it's still kind of fun, but I want to be a better person. And that's just taking too much time, and just say no. Another approach would be to just budget yourself, right? And this seems to probably work best for most people. So, yes, I like scrolling on Instagram or TikTok. Why? I get interesting stuff. Sometimes it's a little useful, but I know that if I'm scrolling, looking at little videos of people saying various things, then I'm not reading a book, I'm not writing something, I'm not listening to a podcast, exercising at the gym, right? So then I could say, I'll allow myself 30 minutes a day. And I'll scroll at TikTok, learn what I can. But if I don't limit it, I could end up 2 hours a day, right? So I think you could set yourself with a little time goal and say, okay, I'm going to do this non-contemplative, non-beneficial, but enjoyable thing for a limited amount of time. And then just obey yourself. Can you obey yourself? Yeah. And that's because you've had parents who have taught you how to obey them. So obedience, which is a superpower, I should have a whole talk on this subject, but here's the very quick summary. It's called Why You Need Superpowers and How to Get Them. And the first of them is obedience, because if you could make yourself do anything you wanted to do, that would be a superpower. You could rule the world, right? You could become a saint. You could do anything if you could obey yourself perfectly. But what happens is we don't, right? There's things I don't want to do, but I do them. There's things I should do, but I don't do those. Why? It's called being human, right? But at least we know the path, right? So whenever you have an opportunity to be quickly, cheerfully, and effectively obedient, you have just become a stronger, better human being by one little iota. And you can be grudgingly delayed and inefficiently obedient. You know what that's like, right? You wait as long as possible, you grumble, and then you do as little as possible, and you say, I did that, right? And you get away with it. Or you say, okay, I'll do it immediately, I'll do it cheerfully, and I'll do the best I can do. And if you can develop that in childhood, you will be a profoundly effective adult. Is that helpful? All right. Bash. All right, time for lunch? Oh, no, it's time for Jeff to sell you something.
I don't know why he thinks that. Oh, well, that was so good. Thank you for that. I love that he talked about
Jeff.
just...
Unmute.
All right, can you hear me now? Okay. I love that he talked about memorization, and at IEW we have a wonderful product called Linguistic Development Through Poetry Memorization. Has anyone used this product in here before? Okay, wonderful. And before I go into this, I just want to say I am so glad we have children here. So thank you all for being here. I think it's wonderful. And but with this, really, the product speaks for itself. And what this is that the majority of what's in here are poems. We have some speeches at the end, but we have 5 different levels of memorization. And we start at level 1. Level 1 is ooey gooey was a worm. And mighty a worm. So with this, the one thing that's great is it's mastery-based, but it's self-paced. And there's no, like, I have to get through 2 levels by the end of this academic year. It says on the back, it can start as young as 2 years old. And so start giving them babies homework, right? But with that is, hey, you know what? If it takes you a couple weeks to memorize one of these poems, is that okay? Absolutely. Because this can go even through adulthood. And if you look at levels 4 and 5, it is long speeches. But we start small and giving those kiddos to say, hey, memorize it. Well, how long do I have? As long as it takes you. So this is just, it's a wonderful product. You can take a look at it over here or out in our lobby area. And it comes with MP3s or CDs, and it does a great job of just expanding comprehension, expanding vocabulary and memorization. So I love that we're connecting what Mr. Pudewa talked about as well as what we also preach here, right? And we practice this. And so it's a wonderful product. Yes, it is time for lunch, which is a great sign. And so I have my colleague Cynthia Lescault. She's going to come up here and give you all some directions and instructions on what to do and everything like that. For those who are watching at home, we are going to take our lunch break, and we will be back at 1 p.m. Central Time. So we have just about an hour, and we will see you here in a little bit.
Restoration
All right, we are back.
I would read restoration first.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Just have to say, that lunch was so good. So good. So for those who are watching at home, if you might see people starting to nod off, we just got done eating a lot of food. So it was really good. All right, well, we are going to get into our third talk. I was just telling Mr. Pudewa earlier, I was like, these talks are so good. I'm trying to remember everything and apply it to my own kids, and it's just been really good. So, but you know what? We need to draw another name. So we're going to draw a name from in person first. So if you have your tickets, go ahead and get those out, get those ready. And I'm going to shuffle these around. Okay. 157218. All right. Congratulations. So, you're welcome. Okay. So if you are just tuning in, what we are doing is that we are giving away a $100 IEW gift certificate that can be used for everything IEW, right? So we're giving away a total of 5 in person, 5 online. So next we have our online audience. And the winner number 3 is Stephanie Norton. Stephanie Norton, congratulations on winning your $100 IEW gift certificate that can be used at IEW.com. And if you have any questions, we will actually be reaching out to you to send you that card, okay? All right, well, I feel like we're gonna go ahead and clap us or slate us back in. We'll get ready for the next talk. And then we'll go ahead and begin.
Oh. Retake.
Because you were muted, there's
Oh.
not the audible sound.
The behind the scenes, right? Okay, good.
Now I feel like
I've spent a lot of time in this room. And when we did all those student videos, it was a lot of fun because the kids knew that they were students, but they were also half actors. And so there were times when we would say, okay, stop, we're going to redo that whole thing. You pretend you didn't just say what you said, and say it again, and you don't say what you just said, and we're going to make this go a little smoother, but it was very enjoyable. So this talk is a little different than any other talks that I have given because I am going to be talking about something I don't know much about. It also has a rather misleading title, and that was intentional because I wanted people to come and listen to the talk, so I had to give it a title that would make them think it was going to be something they wanted to learn about. Power Tips for Improving Teaching and Learning at Home. However, it has absolutely nothing to do with curriculum or pedagogy or academics or teaching any kind of language function or anything like that. And the reason I wanted to do this talk is because I have experienced in my own life tremendous lifestyle transformation and improvements. If any of you have seen any old videos of me, you might know that I am a little lighter than I was once upon a time. And for a while, people were like, "Are you okay? You look thin." And I said, "No, I'm good. I am way better." But I've been fascinated by all of the things I'm going to share with you in this talk. And I will admit right up front, I am not an expert, and I don't have any formal training in this other than hundreds of hours of podcast listening, multiple book reading, and a lot of research, because this has been one of the things that has interested me the most in the last 5 years, really. So we will launch in. And to give you the kind of overview, we're going to talk about how to improve energy levels, brain function, and emotional stability. I think you would agree that if you have good energy, better brain function, and good emotional stability and condition, you are likely to teach better. Agreed? Yes. And if your children have better energy, brain function, and emotional stability, they are likely to learn better. So we're going to talk about these 5 areas by which you can leverage certain things to improve energy and brain function and emotional stability, starting with light and sleep, air and breath, movement, food and fasting, and environment. So again, nothing to do with what we typically would think of as home schooling or teaching in a classroom, but I have long noted when I'm teaching, if I am in good condition, if I have slept well, if I am feeling good, if I am eating well and have good energy and clarity of mind, my teaching is so much better. And if I am not that way, I probably should just not bother teaching and kick the kids outside to go play ultimate frisbee or something. So I think this has lots of applications for us as teachers of other people's children, parents, teachers of our own children, teachers in schools. And I start with light and sleep. This woman, Katie Wells, she's a homeschooling mom. I believe she lives in Florida somewhere. I bumped into her when she was a guest on some other podcast I was listening to, and I liked what she was saying so much that I started listening to her podcast, and I learned a little bit more about her background. And I then had her, I called her up, I said, "Would you please be a guest on my podcast? Because I would like to know what you think from all of your decades of studying this now, are the most helpful things that you know to help make teaching and learning easier in the homeschool." And so she was on my podcast. It's available. You can listen to it. It was a delightful episode. Hers is Wellness Mama. And like most podcasts, some are a little more interesting than others. But I asked her, of all the things you know, what would you put at the top, like the number one most useful thing? And it wasn't what I expected her to say, because she talked about light and the incredible importance of morning light and how this affects us so profoundly in ways we would never imagine, and it sets us up for a better day and a better sleep and a better life. So evidently, if you get bright light as soon as possible after you wake up, it does something very beneficial for your energy level and attentiveness, and it stimulates a release of cortisol. Cortisol is a hormone, and it's sometimes referred to as the stress hormone, but that's only one part of what cortisol does. And like all hormones, they need to be in balance and in cycle for them to do what we benefit from them doing. When they're out of balance and out of cycle, we suffer. So when you get bright light in the early morning, it stimulates the cortisol, and it's not just in your eyes. This was a fascinating thing I learned, is that every cell in our bodies has photoreceptors. So it's not just bright light that we perceive with our eyes, it's on the skin, it's the whole body senses the light. And so it stimulates the cortisol, which then gives us the get up and go energy that we want to have to do whatever we're trying to do with the best energy as possible. Unfortunately, a lot of people do not do this. In fact, I think for many years, I probably never thought about getting outside early in the morning because I was too busy. And you get up and then you do whatever you have to do, and you're mostly indoors. If you're homeschooling, it's like, okay, eat breakfast, okay, get out those math books, okay, let's do this. Or, the kids have a little bit of light getting into the car, and then they go to a school, and then they sit in the school, and they get some recess, but they're not getting that early morning bright light that's so powerful. And sometimes we think, well, it's not sunny. Actually, that doesn't matter nearly so much, because even on a cloudy day, the light outside is qualitatively much better and brighter, and it has a more full spectrum than you will ever get from indoor lighting of any sort. And of course, most of our indoor lighting has become worse over time because of the decline of the basic incandescent light bulb. So now we're suffering artificial light problems that are worse than they were previously. So, most important thing to do, kick your kids out of the house as soon as they wake up and make them stay out there for 20 minutes or so. And if you live somewhere cold, well, put on some coats. And if you live somewhere hot, well, then the boys can take off their shirt, the girls can wear shorts. Ideally, you get them outside barefoot, because then there's the improved benefit of grounding that happens when your bare feet are touching the earth. And I won't get into that in too much detail, but there are entire books written on the benefits of grounding. The other thing, though, that this does when you get early morning bright light is that it sets your clock for melatonin release, right? So ideally, what you want is increased cortisol, right, in the morning, and then you kind of ride on this cortisol through the day, and then as the sun goes down, it declines, and with the decline, the melatonin rises. And then you have the benefits of melatonin, which go far beyond just sleep. Melatonin helps with immune system function. It helps with the kind of sleep that you get. And so that's ideal. The problem most people have is that they don't get the bright light. They need something that will stimulate the cortisol. Thus, coffee is of huge benefit, because you get in the coffee this release of the caffeine, which has this artificial effect of blocking your adenosine receptors, which causes you to think that you're not tired. That's what coffee does. It tricks your brain into thinking that you're not tired. Even though you probably are, you're not. But if you get the cortisol, you don't need the coffee to cause the cortisol increase. And so it's a more natural, sustained release of cortisol, whereas the coffee kind of goes up and down and up and down. Thus, we find ourselves, drinking coffee at 3 o'clock for various reasons. That interferes with sleep because the half-life of caffeine varies from 3 to 12 hours, depending on your metabolism, which is mostly a genetic thing. But so often people will keep drinking coffee in order to sustain energy, only that is now going to interfere with sleep at night. And then the melatonin didn't get released, and you have all sorts of challenges there. So I thought that was very convenient Kids wake up, kick them outside. Now, hopefully you live in a place where you can safely do this. Not everybody does, right? Some people live in apartment buildings or neighborhoods where you just don't have a backyard that you can do it. But even a little bit of just being out on the porch and eating breakfast outside or something when it's not too cold it will be very helpful in this regard. So that's the first thing that she talked about. Another thing is that you get from sunlight on the skin, you get the production of vitamin D. Now, vitamin D is not actually a vitamin in the same sense that vitamin C is a vitamin. Vitamin D is actually a hormone, and it's produced by your body, like all your hormones. And what activates vitamin D production is sunlight on the skin, more than pretty much anything else. And this is why the sunlight has a positive impact on your immune system and your energy level, because the vitamin D is essential for mitochondrial health. And the mitochondria, as we all remember, the single one thing we learned in biology in high school that stuck out was powerhouse of the cell. But there's actually many, many, many mitochondria in each cell. So the little diagram with the nucleus and the mitochondria, some of your cells, heart cells, for example, have thousands of mitochondria. And so when you can get good metabolic health and mitochondrial health, you will have just better cellular function, and that's going to be true even for brain function and vision, and all of our sensory perceptions are going to be better. If you take what they sell and call vitamin D, it's not really vitamin D, it's a nutritional precursor to creating vitamin D, but it is qualitatively not the same as the vitamin D that you produce from sufficient exposure to sunlight. At least this is what I have heard from many different seemingly reliable sources. Now, we have an interesting problem in our world today with many different forms of artificial light, and some of it is particularly not useful in terms of helping lower the cortisol, smooth the melatonin, and calm us down and get us ready for sleep. And this would be blue light in particular. Now, I remember the first time hearing about blue light being so bad for sleep, and I didn't know what it was. And so for years, I just thought, well, okay, blue light's bad, and it comes from screens. But I didn't ever know why it was bad until I learned. And I find this really interesting. So when the sun rises, it's being filtered through the largest amount of atmosphere. And the atmosphere filters out blue light, right? Then when the sun sets, it's filtered through and it filters out blue light. It's when the sun is at the zenith that the least amount of atmosphere is there filtering it. And so that's where the most blue light comes through. It's a spectrum of light that is not filtered as much by the atmosphere in the middle of the day. So when the photoreceptors of your body detect blue light, it kind of communicates to your cells, it's the middle of the day. You should be alert and busy. Now, if you're watching movies or working on your computer or looking at screens at night, it's confusing your body because the blue light emanating from the screen is telling you, okay, it's middle of the day, but your body should be saying it's about time to wind down and get some good, meaningful rest. And that is why all of these experts are saying try to avoid using screens for at least an hour before you want to go to bed. Some people push it a little bit harder, like 2 hours. It is hard to do. it is really hard not to look at a screen almost until right before you go to bed. It's just the way life is. But I think that we can, of course, attend to this with our children and maybe try a little bit on our own to just say, okay, I'm gonna turn off that phone, I'm gonna turn off that computer, I'm gonna turn off that 96-inch screen that we have, at least an hour before I want to go to sleep, and pull out a book, try and find a nice incandescent type of light, lower the lights in the house, and prepare yourself. And it's a more natural thing. That's the way, people were originally without electricity at all. If they had light, it was candles, lanterns, campfires, things that were small and glowy and amberish colored. In fact, I know a couple people who are strongly recommending that you, and I haven't not gone this far, although I dream about it, equipping your home with amber lights. And then around sunset, you turn off all the overhead lights and you have amber lights down low in your house and you turn those on and then you just function for a while. And since there's nothing to do and you can't read, you go to sleep earlier. But I have noticed that if I do this, if I just start turning lights off around whenever sunset is, which right now here it's about 8-ish, right? And just let it get darker, I go to sleep faster and I sleep better. Unfortunately, not everyone in my house likes this idea. So I start turning lights off, and then other people start turning them back on, and then I have to go turn them off again, and we have this little light dance going. But I do believe that if you want to get your kids calm, one of the best things you can do is just get as many lights off and get, yellowish or amber or a candlelight type of light for the last, period, whatever you can get away with, hour, half hour, even probably 15 minutes would be good. Some of this I learned from a guy named Andrew Huberman. He is a professor of ophthalmology and neurology at Stanford University. I really like his podcast. I don't listen to every one of them. He's very, very scientific, but on this subject of light and sleep, he's got a tremendous amount of research. This book by Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep, if there's one book I wish I could have read 20 years before I did, this would be the book. This is on the top 5 books that have influenced my life. And unfortunately, I spent a long time believing that if I slept more than 5-6 hours max, I was lazy. And so I pretty much chronically shorted myself on sleep from about the age of 35 to 55. And I'm convinced that if I had read this book and changed my life and valued sleep then the way I do now, I would be smarter, happier, less likely to get anything like Alzheimer's or cancer, and I would have been a lot nicer to all of my children and a better husband too. So if you have issues like that, like you're shorting yourself on sleep because you have so much to do, you're building a business, you have all these responsibilities, just read the book. The audiobook is very well done. Matthew Walker is a brilliant guy. And one little thing in that book was so helpful for me to understand teenagers. Because evidently what happens with sleep cycles, and this is true in every culture for as long as it has been observed, so it's not a modern phenomenon. Teenagers, right around puberty, their circadian rhythm shifts, and they are no longer able to go to sleep as early as they could when they were younger. They are compelled by their biology to stay up later at night. Now he hypothesizes, and this is true even in Aboriginal cultures, he hypothesizes this is because that's a period of time where they have to become more independent from adults. And they often would do this in groups, and so you'd see teenagers spending time together in groups at night, later in the evenings, and the parents, they don't want to stay up that late anymore, so they're willing to go to bed earlier, go to sleep. But this is so the teenagers get this level of, independence and relationship, blah, blah, blah. But then what we do in our modern schedule is we force them to get up really early so that they can eat breakfast, get dressed, get on a bus, and be at school by 8 o'clock. And so most teenagers who go to school are sleep deprived most of the time. And one little trivia in this book I found very interesting. A particular town, is Illinois or Indiana, I can't remember, they shifted the start time for high school 45 minutes later, and they found a 10% decrease in teen driving crashes, which statistically is better than, better brakes, right? I mean, that's a significant improvement because they weren't quite so sleep deprived. Now, if you're homeschooling, the good news is you don't have to get up so early to get on the bus. And, the girls, it's worse because they got to spend an hour and a half, fixing their face and figuring out what to wear. The boys can just kind of roll out of bed and, sleep on the bus. But I think we would do well to consider during this high growth time, they need more sleep to develop brains and muscles. They're growing very fast. And figuring out how can we work with this so that they will be able to go to sleep. And I remember being teenagers like, I can't sleep. Right? You remember that? It's like 11:30 at night. I can't sleep. What am I supposed to do? Go to sleep? I can't. So interesting little trivia in that book. So much more. There's a little bit of weird evolution stuff about how we all came from sea creatures and blue light and all that. But, for the most part, I found the science really solid and the application of it very, very helpful and useful. Now, air and breath. We don't think a lot about breathing. We kind of just breathe, and we don't necessarily have a lot of choice about what we breathe. However, we do know for a fact that our world today is definitely polluted to some degree. So a lot of the things we put in our house, especially if we put in something new, whether it's new carpet or new drapes or a new mattress or a whole new house that just got built or remodeled, there's a lot of this outgassing that occurs. And so we have a lot of essentially toxic things in the air that we're breathing. We also seem to have a lot of places where mold is a problem. And I don't know that mold is a particularly new problem. In fact, I wonder if a lot of people didn't just die from breathing too much mold once upon a time. But we do have the idea of being able to filter the air. And I think it is worth maybe looking into, should we get an air filter? If not, for the whole house, maybe in the area where you spend most of the time, living and eating and cooking and doing homework or whatnot. We also know that nasal breathing is particularly important for good health. And most people, and I'm looking around the room here, most of you have your mouth closed, unless you're going to talk or smile. But, stereotypically, you do see kind of the open mouth look. You react to that like there's something not quite right about a person whose mouth is open all the time. And one of the things that is so good about breathing through your nose is that it stimulates nitric oxide production in your blood. You get more nitric oxide in your blood. And nitric oxide is one of these hugely important molecules. It's a gas. Its half-life is very, very short, but it helps transport the oxygen and nutrients that you need and it improves blood flow, which improves brain function, which improves immune system, which also gives you a better pump at the gym. And so you see now a lot of people kind of pushing nitric oxide supplements in some areas, but the easiest way to get better nitric oxide is breathe through your nose, humming actually stimulates nitric oxide production, and then eating food that's heavy in the precursors, like arugula, for example, will stimulate nitric oxide production. Also, the more your mouth is open, the less saliva you produce, and the more saliva you do produce is better dental health. So nasal breathing also promotes better dental health. This is why I think a lot of parents, historically, have said to their kids, close your mouth. There could be other reasons for that as well, but there is that old saying, children should be seen. I like to hear children, but so there's that aspect of it. And then there are the ways in which you breathe that can actually exercise and improve your diaphragm and overall cardiovascular function. And so we often don't think about how we breathe, but there's an interesting phenomenon that when the ratio of your breathing out is different, you get a different effect. So in-breath is for the sympathetic nervous system. Wait, is that right? Yeah, so an in-breath is when you activate your sympathetic nervous system. That's the part that kind of causes that energy to increase. And when you breathe in quickly, or when you breathe in slowly, you're activating the sympathetic nervous system, and then you breathe out quickly, right? So if you breathe in slowly, this would be like in martial arts, they do the ki, the or if you're pushing weights around or doing something extreme, you'll often grunt to push out a lot of air quickly. That activates the sympathetic nervous system. Whereas if you reverse it and you breathe out more slowly, then you activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the kind of relax and regroup feeling. And so you can actually practice breathing for a particular effect. Now, most people don't think much about how long is their in-breaths compared to their out-breaths, but you can practice this a little bit, and one way to do this is to practice like a box breathing. This has an immediately calming effect. It activates the vagus nerve, and it activates the parasympathetic rest, relax, calm, regroup system. So let's just try a little bit, because you might not have tried any intentional breathing recently. I have been really interested in this for a couple years, and I have determined that it is very useful to be able to know when to breathe in a particular way for a particular benefit. So first we can try the box breathing, which is you breathe in for 4 counts, you hold it for 4 counts, you breathe out for 4 counts, and then you hold out for 4 counts. And because some of you may be new to this, we'll go fairly quick counts, right?
What do you mean hold out for 4 counts?
You just don't breathe in. You just don't breathe in. Yeah, so anyway, okay, so we'll breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4. Again, in, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4. So you could continue that for several minutes. And what you would discover, most likely, is that you are calming your system and possibly getting warmer. If you're cold, you can improve your body temperature by breathing this way. Also, one thing is when you hold your breath on the out, when you have the negative hold, it stimulates a expansion of your vascular system, actually your capillaries, and all the way down into your almost microscopically small blood vessels. And it stimulates because the concentration of carbon dioxide is increasing. So by having more carbon dioxide in your body, it expands your capillaries. Then when you breathe in, you get the oxygen and it goes into these expanded vascular system, and you get more oxygen into your tissues. So breath holding is actually quite helpful for increasing your CO2 tolerance, which then actually increases the expansion of blood, of oxygen in the blood to the organs. When we worked with, when I was at Philadelphia at the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential, we worked with children who had seizures. And one of the things that was programmed for children who had seizures was masking. So they would rebreathe their own carbon dioxide for up to 90 seconds and work up to it. And then when you take off the mask, they're breathing pretty heavily. And then because the capillaries are all expanded, they're getting more oxygen in the blood to the brain tissues. Seizures are generally caused by a lack of oxygen to the brain. And so it's a lack of oxygen. And then the brain says, okay, we got to shut things down because we get all the oxygen so we can survive because we're the most important thing. Without us, you'd be nothing. And to a degree, the brain cells are right about that. You can experiment with different patterns. 4 in, 8 out. Try that. It's a little bit different feeling. Ready? In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that hard? You can practice that. If that becomes easy, you can go 6, 12. And when I'm preparing to sleep, I will usually do, I don't know how many cycles, but a few dozen cycles of 6, 12 or 4, 12. So breathe in and then very slow out. And another thing that helps is singing, chanting, and humming. When you think about singing, what do you have to do? Take a quick breath in, and then you have to regulate the out breath for the duration of the phrase that you're trying to sing. Chanting and humming do the same thing. So not only does the humming improve the nitric oxide production, the singing and chanting also regulates, it activates the parasympathetic nervous system. So if you're in a class or you've got your kids and they're getting a little hyper and you want them to calm down, just sing a little bit and you will be amazed at how that singing helps to regulate, down-regulate the anxious energy level. All right, so you can read more about that. I will have some books up later where you can see, there, that is Breath by James Nesbitt, I believe. Is it Nesbitt? Nestor, James Nestor. Yeah, Breath by James Nestor, and he did all sorts of research, traveled around the world, interviewed, biology and physiology experts, and came up with this set of information. So you get lots of benefits from breath. Let's talk about movement. This is also something, it's very interesting. I just saw an advertisement for a seminar on classical PE. I thought, someone should have done this. I'm glad someone is. I don't know what they're going to say, but I think we very, very underestimate the importance and power of movement in learning and overall well-being. One podcaster that I listened to, I liked kind of the idea. I didn't like all of what he said about it, but he said the 3 M's for the morning: mindfulness, movement, and mindset, right? So, what does that mean for you? In my case, mindfulness would be kind of prayer. And so starting with prayer. And I have a plan these days where I alternate a prayer with some push-ups and another prayer and some squats and another prayer and some more push-ups. And I'm doing this thing where you have to add a push-up every day. And so by the end of the year, I will have, future perfect tense, hopefully on December 31st, accomplished 365 push-ups in that one day. Not all at once, just over the day. But it's a good challenge, and I've done it before. But this kind of alternating for me. And then mindset is, this idea of take a little time and plan out what you're hoping to accomplish. Think through, like visualize and imagine what your day is going to be like, rather than just charging into it, saying, well, we'll just survive. So this helps with all these areas of circulation, breath, digestion, alertness. I do believe that I certainly, for a long time, did have no idea about the benefits of resistance training and muscle mass. Having more muscle mass is actually the most significant thing you can do for health span, right? So there's lifespan, like how long are you going to live? And a big chunk of that is genetic. Health span is how long do you live healthy until you die, right? And it's not good. Most Americans, we're probably like one of the most, if not the unhealthiest of the developed countries in the world, even though we spend way more than everybody else on medical care. And as I got more aware of how muscle mass is so beneficial, one aspect is it's the best glucose sink that you can have. So the more muscle mass you have, the more glucose your body can absorb, therefore the less insulin you have to produce to store the excess glucose, right? And so you actually can store more glucose and less likely will it turn into fat than if you don't have as much muscle mass. The other thing that we know is that it actually functions somewhat like an organ in that it contributes to the overall health of the whole system, right? It promotes better hormone balance. So the more muscle mass you have, the better hormone balances you'll have. And one of the really bad things that I discovered way too late in life is that you will start to lose muscle around 35 or 40 years old if you don't do anything different. It's a really ugly word, sarcopenia. It just sounds bad, doesn't it? Sarcopenia. It's the loss of muscle. It's age-related muscle loss. And so I truly wish that I had gotten into this at a younger age, because at a certain point, you can't really ever get back to what you could have had if you had started earlier and better. But it is, and one guy, Peter Attia, he made this claim. He said, muscle mass is, in older age, in terms of health span, is way more important than anything else you can do. In fact, more muscle mass is more important than not smoking, if you can believe that, in terms of longevity and health. So I do think that we should consider, okay, personally, how can I get some resistance training, body weight, maybe you get some weights, maybe you can get into a sport or activity that's going to stress you. But there's something about resistance training that is more effective than just being on a treadmill or doing aerobics or whatever. We also know that better movement allows for better neurological function, and that's partly circulation, partly respiration, and partly just has to do with overall energy transport in the body. Now, with food, what's the answer? No, actually, it's not. you are what you absorb, right? You can eat all sorts of things, but it's what you absorb that actually will go into building your tissues, building your bones, building your cells, building your brain, and all that. So, number one most important thing from my research indicates gut health is critical to everything. If we have a healthy microbiome, then we have the good bacteria, and we will have a very much improved immune function. And there's a really interesting connection in that neurons, which we use in our brain, are formed in a way, and neurotransmitters that allow neurons to work together, those neurotransmitters are actually formed in the digestive system. And so we want to have a healthy microbiome, but a lot of things interfere with a good microbiome. One of these is if you have a situation where you need to take a lot of antibiotics for some reason. Well, the antibiotics are antibiotic, so they kill the bacteria, both the good and the bad. You're trying to kill the bad ones to get over the disease, but the side effect is you kill many of the good bacteria that you need. Did you know, by the way, this blew my mind, this stat. I heard it. I have no reason to disbelieve it, but I can't personally prove it, but it's a weird thought. We have more bacteria in our bodies than we have cells that make up our bodies. We are just a bag of bacteria. So, antibiotics, antiseptics that we use, mouthwash, for example, is very damaging because it kills the bacteria in your saliva and in your mouth that actually helps the digestion of your food and the nitric oxide production when you eat foods that have nitric oxide precursors. So we would be good to stay away from antiseptics, anything that's going to kill too much bacteria. It's really interesting too because some studies show that kids who grow up with animals have overall better health than kids who don't. And one theory as to why this is true is they just get a much broader range of bacteria, both good and also developing resistance against the bad bacteria. So next time your kid is kissing the dog, just, that's great, kid. No problem there.
Wash your hands before dinner.
Yeah, wash your hands before dinner. But don't use antiseptic soaps, right? The other problem we have is a lack of fiber in the diet. Fiber is an essential prebiotic. So you have prebiotic, probiotic, and postbiotic. And without good fiber, then the probiotics that you might take, such as a lactobacillus supplement, or you eat your good yogurts or fermented foods like kimchi, sauerkraut, kombucha, they're not going to thrive as well without the fiber. And then, of course, we have, for the most part, foods in our diet that are very inflammatory and inhibit healthy bacteria growth, mostly your highly processed foods with a lot of chemical additives and things like that, which we will get into a little bit more here. So, improving gut health, evidently the best thing you can do is drink kefir. Ideally, you want to make it yourself and you don't want any sugar in it, which could make it a little bit hard to drink, but you could put in some fruit flavors or whatnot. Yogurt, I'm not a big fan really, but I have forced myself to eat it. The really funny thing though, once I started studying food, my actual preferences changed. Like I actually started to like and want and enjoy eating the things that were good for me, and I started to dislike and really not want to eat the things that were not good for me. Sauerkraut is absolutely in this category. 10 years ago, I would not have eaten sauerkraut except under threat, right? And now I eat it pretty much every day or twice a day, and I really like it. In fact, I just think about eating sauerkraut, my mouth starts to get all ready for it, But any of those, and then if you take, if you take a probiotic supplement, different kinds of bacteria strains, and how many billions are in a pill, and all that stuff. But probably the best source is going to be the natural fermented foods, kimchi, kombucha, natto. If anybody knows what that is, it's pretty awful stuff. It's fermented soybean paste. They eat it in Japan. And it has a really important chemical, I guess you call nattokinase, which is super good, but it's pretty hard to eat, I'll tell you that. One of the big problems I discovered is that we do not generally eat the right kind of oils. And I first heard about this when my daughter Julia, who is now, gosh, how old is she? 30-something. She's got 5 kids, so she has to be at least that. Anyway, she started studying this when she was about 16 years old. She could give me a half-an-hour lecture on omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids and what's the proper ratio. And I didn't understand much of it, but I've learned in the last few years. And it's really fascinating because, first of all, there's been an anti-fat in food going on for 40, 50 years, and it's completely misguided. The brain is mostly fat. So you actually need the right kind of fats to have good brain function. So a low-fat diet is actually not healthy for the heart, not healthy for the brain, not healthy for longevity and well-being, but the wrong kind of fats can really contribute to inflammation and other unwanted effects. So in what we would call the standard American diet, which initials are SAD, we are radically unbalanced and have way too much omega-6 and way not enough omega-3. So one of the things that we've tried to do in our family, and I've worked on a lot, is get the right balance going here. So with omega-3s, these are the ones that are really good for the brain. They're good for the immune system. You find them in salmon, sardines, fatty fish. And I did eat half a can of sardines last night. Not my favorite thing, but I know it's good for me, so I liked it. Fish oil will be good. You know, remember the old thing about cod liver oil? And mom, grandma used to give it to your mom when there's actually a lot of benefits in that cod liver oil. Fish roe, chia seeds, flax, walnut, macadamia nuts are one of the best sources of omega-3s in the vegetable world. And so those are ideal. What you don't want too much of is linoleic acid, the omega-6s, and mostly this is what you get if you buy food that contains oils of any sort. And you can read on the labels and it'll say vegetable oil, canola oil, corn oil, soybean oil, mixed vegetable oils. These are actually quite toxic. The way that these oils are made is a refining process that is even more complex and involved than refining gasoline from crude oil. And they have to basically wash it with toxic chemicals to extract oil, and then wash that with some less toxic chemicals to get rid of the toxins, and wash that with less toxic oils to get rid of that, and they have to keep going. And then the other huge problem is the oil that remains from the canola, soy, or corn, the seed oils, is completely stripped of any of the nutritional components that allow your body to absorb these oils. Whereas if you look at avocado or coconut, it's just mostly pressed out, and so it's much more absorbable. Well, what happens when you eat, oils that are not absorbable? They create inflammation. It creates immune system disorders. It creates pain. It creates worse brain function and all sorts of other problems that could lead into very degenerative and debilitating diseases, cancer, Alzheimer's, etc. But the problem is if you go into a restaurant, 99 times out of 100, they're cooking everything in vegetable oils. Anything you buy that's in a package and you read it and it has any kind of oil, these are all just very, very unnatural and harmful substances which did not exist in the human diet at all until about 100 years ago. In fact, Crisco and margarine were waste products, and they figured out, how can we sell this stuff off? And oh, if we make it yellow and say it's better than butter, everyone will buy it. And then you get really clever TV commercials like, I can't believe it's not butter. I can believe it. So, cooking oils to avoid, none of those. And if you want to upscale, and I think most of you have probably done this in your homes, is get yourself, avocado oils. Olive oil seems to be the highest in the polyphenols that are really healthful and good for you. Coconut oil, people have, different opinions about. I'm trying a new product, and I'm not sure whether I like it or not, but it's oil from algae oil. So we'll see. It doesn't really taste like anything. It's just a weird idea. And then butters, things like tallow and lard, as long as they come from reliably good sources. These are going to be overall better. And so as much as possible, try to get rid of the Wesson, get rid of the cooking oils, replace it with this. It's going to cost you a little bit more in terms of, per ounce, but it will be of much greater value for your health and the health of your kids. And then if you have to eat in restaurants, you have to eat in restaurants sometimes. I travel a lot, but I'm very suspicious, and I read the menu very carefully because I do want to keep as low as possible these unhealthy oils in my diet. With sugars and carbohydrates, we have the problem of blood glucose levels. And the standard American diet is very high in carbohydrates. In fact, do you remember the food pyramid? At the bottom is what? Yeah, grains, right? And so this whole idea of everyone should eat grains and cereals and breads and toast. And you get this particularly in the morning. And what happens is you have a large release of insulin to deal with all of this. But if you don't have, it's going to raise your blood sugar, and then the insulin has to bring it down. Well, what happens is when you get too much sugar in your blood, the insulin can't get it down, and so then it gets stored as fat. And the other problem is you get a blood sugar goes up very rapidly. So when you eat carbohydrates, your blood sugar goes up pretty rapidly, but then it comes down pretty rapidly, right? So then you have an energy low, so what do you have to do? Eat some more to get your blood sugar back up, and then it goes down, and so you have to eat some more. And so a lot of people are on this, up and down blood sugar extremes during the day, which is not good for energy, not good for health, creates insulin resistance, which makes it harder to keep fat off. And for kids, you've noticed what sugar will do to them, right? And you don't want your kids like this. You want your kids nice and steady, right? You don't want these mood swings and brain fog and all of this. So ideally, you want to get as little refined sugars in the diet as possible, and then stick with more complex carbohydrates and fruit sugars, like from natural sources. Again, one of the problems is when you get things like high fructose corn syrup or white sugar even, it's stripped of the micronutrients that allow your body to absorb and process. And so you get these blood sugar. Then you follow that up with caffeine, and it gets even wilder and worse. So you could try an experiment. I mean, I like the whole world of people who try experiments on themselves and then tell me the results of what they experience. But I have tried zero sugar diet for an extended period of time. I have tried zero caffeine for an extended period of time. And what I find is that it's better. I don't necessarily continue that forever just because of the way life is. But try out and see, because some people are more sensitive and less sensitive. I have a fairly high caffeine metabolism, so I can drink more and I can drink it later, but some people don't, and that one of my daughters, for example, just 2 cups of coffee and she's dead. She's just completely non-functional. Not dead, the opposite of dead. She's animatedly dead. But stable glucose levels are an ideal to strive for. And so that's why in the morning you would be best to, I can't remember what slide comes next, you would be best to feed your kids higher protein because it's more satiating, they won't be hungry as quickly, and their blood sugar won't spike up and down. It'll be a better, gentler curve. And I actually tried out one of these continuous glucose monitors you can put on, and you can see on your phone, okay, what foods made me go up or down for how long, and because we're all different. All of our bodies are different. Some people, may find that rice spikes that, but sourdough doesn't, and other people might be the opposite. But you can experiment on yourself. But this problem of chronic inflammation through chronically high blood sugar levels is really at the source of almost all of our disease and discomfort in the modern health world. So if you want the best foods for brain health and memory, and I researched this quite a bit, and I'll show you a couple books later, one of which was very helpful. You want the fatty fish, salmon, sardines, mackerel, turmeric, pumpkin seeds. I try to eat some of those every day. In general, nuts, but not too many. Grass-fed beef, hugely more beneficial than commercially raised beef. Coffee actually has some polyphenols that are very helpful for brain function. Blueberries are practically on the absolute top of the list for having the what is it in blueberries? Antioxidants, right? Broccoli has sulforaphane, which is also very good for longevity. Dark chocolate, I think it only qualifies if it's like 90%. 85, the minimum. 90%, and if you're brave like me, 100% straight cacao. Bitter as all heck, but boy, it must be good for you if it tastes that bad. Eggs, olives and olive oil. Pomegranate, also very high in antioxidants. I think pomegranate was on the very top of the list there. So, in terms of meats, I believe that as much as possible, we benefit hugely by eating grass-fed beef, naturally raised chicken. If you look at the concentrated animal feeding operations, is what it's called, CAFOs, most animals that we would get in a store or a restaurant are just packed full of antibiotics. They are raised in very unnatural, unhealthy conditions. Cattle that are fed grain, basically the grain starts to disintegrate their whole digestive system because it's very unnatural, but they gain weight faster. And so most commercially raised cattle, it's a really delicate formula, like how sick can they get before it eats a hole in their stomach and then you can't sell them. So they basically feed them grain as much as possible, kill them at just the right time before they would get sick from it. So I would say grass-fed is your best way to go. Yes, it costs more, but it's probably better to eat less of something that's better than more of something that's got potential problems there. What else? You got conjugated linoleic acids, glutathione, antioxidants. You've got better mineral content. If you get ranch eggs that are organic and not grain-fed chickens, but more free-range chickens, they're going to have better choline in the yolks, which is really an essential nutrient for brain function. And you don't want, BHT is bovine growth hormone. You don't want hormones in the meats that you're eating. So, All right, here are a few of my favorites. This book, Eat to Beat Disease by William Li. That's what got me started on this whole thing. And in there was some recipes, and there was a recipe of purple potato soup. And what I didn't know is that purple foods have some phytonutrients that are tremendously helpful that no other foods have. So I got very into how can I eat purple foods. And since I still hate eggplant, I found the purple potato soup. I thought, I can make this. And that began my cooking career. Sean Stevenson's Eat Smarter, David Perlmutter, there should be an L in there, Perlmutter. He's actually I think he's a neurologist, but he's done a lot on the relationship between food and brain function. And of course, we know that a lot of people have gluten intolerances, and the grain that we get is hybridized to a degree that is very unnatural. I know people who can eat bread in France but cannot eat bread in America. So interesting. And then I love this guy, Max Lugavere, and his book Genius Foods. So most of what I shared with you came from these books. I also am pretty sure that fasting is one of the most beneficial things you can possibly do to extend your life, improve your brain function, improve your attitude and emotional condition, and keep your body weight where you want it to be. Fasting has been known for a long time as a cure for disease. And one of the reasons for this is because we're constantly getting new cells and having old cells that should die and go away. It's called apoptosis. Right? But unfortunately, because we eat the way we do and live the life we live, we don't have the apoptosis happening the way it should, and so we have circling around in our body cells that should be self-destructing and going away, hanging out, creating inflation. Oh, that happens at the government level, creating inflammation and disease. Now, when you stop eating for a while, and that can be anywhere from 12 hours to 5 days, whatever you want to call it. But when you stop eating, several really interesting things happen. The first thing that happens is there's a release of ghrelin. Now, ghrelin is a hormone that does many things, but the most obvious one that you're aware of is it signals hunger. The job of ghrelin is to remind you to eat food, as if you were going to forget. But, it's basically periodically, it says, okay, you're getting a little low on your reserves, you'd better eat. And so it stimulates in your body, which your brain then translates into, I'm hungry. And the funny thing is, it's your brain doing it, but you feel it in your belly, right? So, but another thing that ghrelin does is it also stimulates apoptosis, or what we also would call autophagy, which is self-eating. So the body has this amazing capacity. When you stop giving it nutrients, it starts looking for sources of energy. And the first place it goes to look, the ghrelin tells it, go look for the cells that aren't doing anything. Let's go get these zombie cells and chew them up and make them back into energy. And that's why it's autophagy, Greek for self-eating. So as soon as you stop eating and you get hungry, your body starts to then scavenge around and say, what can we recycle here? What can we pull that we could use to provide energy? And so you get an immediate improvement in autophagy right there. Then, of course, the next thing that happens is your body starts to convert fat into energy. That's the job of your liver, right? Your liver converts excess sugar into fat, and then it converts fat back into sugar, and so you get that. But when your liver goes to get the stored up fat that you have, it puts it into your blood at a pretty stable level, right? So you actually can get a stable blood sugar level after a period of fasting. Now, some people have naturally low blood sugar. Like I have one daughter, and her highest blood sugar is usually 60 or 70, which is really low. And I think she's been so low that she should be dead now, but obviously not. So she would have to be very, very careful about this. However, what I have noticed is that once you get past the initial period, right, and you kind of, the ghrelin reminds you, eat something and you don't, then it gives up on you and goes and recycles some of your zombie cells, and then you have energy and mental clarity, and you can go for longer time. Then the ghrelin will appear again. Hey, it's time to eat. You should eat something if you can. And if you ignore it, it goes away and goes and recycles some more and tells the liver, start changing fat into sugars and keep this thing going here. And so what I have actually found is that not eating can help me keep a more stable energy level. But you have to retrain yourself to burn fat for fuel and not rely exclusively on blood sugar, mostly from carbohydrates. Another thing that happens with the fasting, and I put all three of these books up here. First book, Fast Like a Girl, Mindy Peltz. And that's because females have hormonal cycles, so they have to be sensitive to when and how long they fast, lest they mess up hormonal cycles and fertility issues. So she's the best one on that. Jason Fung, love that guy, The Complete Guide to Fasting. This one, Jay Richards, I really like this. I think this is the best book, especially for men, because he talks about the history of fasting, the physiological benefits of fasting, and then the spiritual leveraging that happens when you don't eat for a while. So I have experimented everywhere from doing intermittent fasting, eating only about 4 or 5 hours out of a day for almost a year. I did that. And then I've also done pretty long fasts, 3 and even 5 days. And so I see nothing but benefits here. And calorie restriction, we know you can extend the life of rodents if you feed them about 80% of the calories that they would normally eat on their own. So there's benefit to that as well. So getting the autophagy, very helpful. All right, lastly, we want to talk a little bit about the problems in the environment. Perhaps you've heard of the idea of leaky gut. And this is where, so the endothelium in the intestinal system is just 1 cell thick. It's really, really thin. And when you get permeability in the intestines, you get toxins that leach out into the bloodstream, and this causes all sorts of inflammation and bad disease. So you want to really protect the health of the endothelium in your digestive system. And you can do that with probiotics and with the right kind of oils and foods. But one of the problems is there's a very toxic substance that attacks those cells very viciously and can do a lot of damage in a short period of time. And that is this chemical glyphosate, otherwise known as Roundup, which unfortunately is still legal in this country. There are many countries in the world where it is not legal. But because we have Monsanto, the great chemical behemoth now owned by Bayer, they lobby the FDA so heavily that they just say our whole economy would collapse if we don't use glyphosate. And they use it on so many different crops. And in fact, I just saw an article recently about people who live near a golf course have higher levels of glyphosate and toxins because they spray golf courses to keep the weeds off. So you want to be careful of that. NSAIDs, Advil and Aleve, these can have some negative inflammatory actions. So they're supposed to be anti-inflammatory, but they have the negative effect on the gut. And then, of course, we see all sorts of things that can damage our digestion, the inflammatory diets of the SAD that we talked about. Stress can do it, alcohol can do it. SIBO is small intestine bacterial overgrowth. All of these things we don't want. But we live in a world that makes it hard to avoid them, so we have to be diligent. This is why there are certain foods that are really important to buy organic foods. There is a group called the Environmental Working Group, EWG.org, and they have the Dirty Dozen. They also have the Clean 14 or something, Clean 15. And so you can find out what are the 12 most sprayed, least good unless you buy organic, and then what are the ones that don't matter. Ones that don't matter would be like avocados, right? Anything with a really thick skin that you take off isn't going to matter. So I don't spend money on organic avocados, but I would probably not eat any kind of strawberries unless I knew they were organic, just because they're so heavily sprayed. But there's your Dirty Dozen. Strawberries, spinach, kale, nectarines, apples, grapes, peppers, cherries, peaches, pears, celery, tomatoes. It's sad, but it doesn't have to be. You can buy organic. The other things that I might mention are endocrine disruptors in the environment. And so we see these contaminants. Some of these are they call them forever chemicals, meaning they just don't really ever get cleaned out of the system. Atrazine is probably one of the worst. But you see the BPA in the plastics, the phthalates in a lot of cleaning products, parabens in soaps and lotions, glyphosate, or the Roundup in so much of the produce. Atrazine is an anti-mold thing that they use on mostly corn. And do you know?
Well, there's something they put in cheese. I don't know if that's it.
No, I don't think so. But there might be something. They use fake rennet in cheese, but I don't know that it's on this list. But atrazine is really a nasty one. It gets in the water supply and you just never get it out. Certain fish, high in mercury, farmed fish are generally not that great because they spend too much time eating their own stuff. So, you know, it's a hard world to be in.
Also, like the plugins that people put in and the fake smells, like the fragrances.
Oh, Febreze and all that.
Plaid plugins.
Yeah.
The car stuff.
Yep, that's all going to be pretty awful. Well, we've got EMF emissions, we've got lack of grounding, we've got noise pollution. All right, what might you, if you had a little extra resources, what might you spend some time on? I think a high quality water filtration system is absolutely essential. We have a reverse osmosis, but then you also get stripped of a lot of the chemicals. So you want to be sure and add in sodium, potassium, magnesium, electrolyte types of minerals into the water, or just drink them. Amber light bulbs for the house. I think it'd be so cool, like have it on a timer, and your timer is hooked up to the internet and it knows exactly when sunset is. And so your whole house just goes from big lights to amber lights around the floor, like instant nightclub. I think that would be, you know. We see that in nonstick cookware, there's a lot of these toxic chemicals that chip off little by little. So high quality ceramic cookware and glass storage to avoid plastics. I think having some good exercise equipment, especially if you've got teenage boys around, it's one of the absolute best things you can get them doing. Start building some muscle, get dad to do it with them. And of course, you know, we're only going to be motivated to pursue better health and hygiene and habits if we know why we're doing it. That's why education is so important. This is a longer slide thing than I thought. Anyway, you know, we talk about stress and we talk about the problem of stress management, but really you can't manage stress so well. It's just going to hit you, right? So rather than stress management, we need to think resilience. So how do we become more resilient? And there's a process, there's a word called hormesis. I don't know if you've ever heard this. I was delighted to learn this word. It basically translates into, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you tougher, right? And so this idea of stress and then our response to stress is to become stronger. right? That's how muscles build. You stress a muscle, you tear your muscle fibers, then it says, uh-oh, we're torn up, we need to rebuild. It opens up and you get more blood flow, you get temporary inflammation, and then while you're sleeping, all the little proteins go in and try to build up connections between the torn muscle fibers, and then you end up with more muscle fibers the next morning, or the next week, or however long it takes. So hormesis is that idea that if it doesn't kill you, make you tougher. Same thing like cold water plunging, saunas, things that stress the body, but then the reaction is, okay, now we are stronger as a result. I like this book, Atomic Habits. Anyone read this? Yes. Absolutely fantastic. I think every teenager, this should be on the reading list. Before you leave home, you will read Atomic Habits by James Clear. I read it and I was kind of happy because I thought, hey, I am doing a lot of this stuff. And I can do some of this stuff even better. So, all right, here are some of my favorite podcasts. David Jockers, Ben Greenfield. Actually, he was a student, a writing student of mine when he was 15 years old, and we were living in Moscow, Idaho at the time. It's kind of fun. Gundry, he's up and down. Will Cole is a homeschool dad, and he spoke at the Virginia Convention recently. Tom DeLauer, Sten Ekberg, he's one of my absolute favorite guys. He's on YouTube, and he's got short little, really informational, really well done. He was a decathlete back in the 60s or something. Joseph Mercola, some of you may have heard of him. And then for the ladies, Cynthia seems to be one of the best ones for women's health and all that. All right, one quick advertisement. Since this is a conference you came to, I can sell you stuff. This is, of course, me, my wife, my daughter Julia, her husband, and 4 of her children. Now there's 5, and the ones in that picture are all a little bit older. And those are the cows that they raise. They are 100% grass-fed, grass-finished, and they are the happiest cows you will ever see because they get to play with my grandchildren frequently. And my daughter, because she had memorized a bunch of poems, some of you may know The Yak by Hilaire Belloc. As a friend to the children, commend me the yak, you will find it exactly the thing. It will carry and fetch, you can ride on its back or lead it about with a string. Okay. So she wrote this one. As a friend to homeschoolers, commend me this snack. You will find it exactly the thing. It will carry in store, so nothing you'll lack, whether to picnics or co-ops you bring. The parent who wants to nourish the best, the power of whole sticks should know. Vitamins, minerals, delicious to ingest that make health and energy grow. Then tell all your friends where the snack can be got and share with them the wholesome pitch. They will buy them like you, or else they will not. I cannot be positive which. So, what makes these sticks so remarkable, not only are these the happiest, healthiest, 100% grass-fed, grass-finished cows, they have created this product and blended in to the meat in the beef stick 10% of liver, kidney, heart, organ meats. So you get those super nutrient-dense, really healthy organ meats, and you don't have to think you're eating liver because they taste just as good or better than any other beef stick that you can find. Unfortunately, it did not work for me to have a bunch of them here. Otherwise, I would have given you all one. But you can still buy them from wholesticks.com if you wish. All right, so I think that's about it. We'll clap out, and then maybe you have some questions. I don't know. Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm not so good at the clapping thing. All right, any questions, comments, complaints?
So beginning with the light and how you said the photoreceptors in our whole body.
Yeah.
Kind of closer to the cities, there's a lot of light pollution. We have the blackout curtains, but that also keeps from getting that bright light initially to help wake up. If you sleep with the sleep mask instead of the curtains, then would your body detect the sunlight coming through the window to help you wake up even
Yeah,
before?
question is, what if you have blackout curtains so you aren't polluted by the light of the city, but then you wake up? So would eye mask be better? I don't know, but I don't think it would matter hugely if you just go outside.
Right, but to get you to wake up enough to go
Oh, to get you to wake up.
Right, so if the sunlight were coming in, wouldn't that kind of help you naturally wake up?
It
and
would.
Go outside versus waking up in the dark and then just not wanting to get
It
inside,
would.
so.
It would. You could try a technique. I've been doing this for years. I visualize a clock while I'm going to sleep for the time I want to wake up. And I hit it within 10 minutes, 90% of the time. So if I want to wake up at 6, I just imagine the clock at 6, just hold it in my mind, and I wake up plus or minus 10 minutes.
And then do you just get up?
Yeah, I just
For
get
me,
up.
The problem is getting up.
Well,
I might wake up.
well,
I'll talk myself
I'll tell you though,
out first.
part of it, and I had a problem for a long time getting up in the morning. And it's because I had not slept enough for a long period of time. And so I was, you know, I just wasn't getting enough sleep. I also wasn't eating well. So if you combine those two things, you're just going to be chronically tired. And so, yeah, who wants to get up when you're already tired? But I don't know that curtains versus mask would help, but you could try it. You know, open the curtains and try the mask.
Yeah.
You got an idea on that?
For vitamin D and red light, you're not supposed to wear sunglasses because it
Right.
through your eyes. So when you go outside, especially in the morning or the evening, not to wear sunglasses.
Yeah, I never wear sunglasses.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can, like, if you're in your car, but to actually get that.
For safety reasons,
Right.
yeah, but
It absorbs to be like you will get it
yeah.
in the proper amount.
Sunscreen is pretty much not that great either.
Wear a hat.
And you don't need it as much if you're not consuming the bad seed oils. You don't sunburn.
Exactly. In fact, when I grew up, I was only red or white. I could never get tan. As a teenager, that was so unhelpful, right? And I'm trying to get tan. I would always just burn. And it's because my mother cooked always with Crisco and Wesson oil, and we ate margarine every day. When I put, I never eat seed oil. I mean, I got them completely out. I'm as tan as I could ever have been. And it's so great. I never get sunburned. I can spend 4 hours outdoors in the sun. Thank you for bringing that up.
There's a book about like the seed oils. I can't think of the title of it. It's a black book, but it talks about the 8 bad seed oils and why we shouldn't eat them. And that's one of the main reasons. And we shifted this summer, and my kids, we don't need it anymore.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you for bringing that up.
Related to hers, so you said you need to get out in the sun as soon as you wake up. Should we not be waking up prior to the sun rising?
That's odd because, of course, the seasons change radically. Historically, I would guess that people slept more in the winter and less in the summer. But our modern life kind of demands a 9 to 5 conformity plus or minus a little bit. So we don't have the freedom to do that. I do have a red light machine, a red light thing. So in the winter, you know, it's still dark at 8 o'clock. So I can't really get much benefit from outside. So I'll go in there, I'll go in that room and I'll stand in front of a red light and do some stuff for about 20 minutes.
Our problem is, I think, similar to you. We're in the country, but just the days are so long with daylight savings time, and so it's hard to get to bed early. And then we close the curtains either to keep the sunlight out or the security light, like street light out. But then we don't have sunlight in the mornings. So I have like a alarm clock that's orange that wakes up gradually. But it's that shutting things out at the nighttime that's really hard.
Yeah, I like that light in the room for the kids because they have to stay in the room until it goes green. So that's nice. They're stuck. They can't come out. Very clever. Some parent invented that. Yes?
I would say we live, we have ranch chores, so even if the kids come back and just kind of lay around, the first 30 minutes of the day is, even though their curtains are drawn, 'cause we have blackout curtains, go out, get farm chores
Yeah.
all the livestock, and then they'll come in and lay down. And I have to push myself because I don't know how you feel about this, but I have a grounding blanket, and I swear I sleep better.
Yeah.
And I will not wake up if my grounding blanket is plugged in versus when it's not plugged in. I actually do wake up earlier. I don't know, my husband calls it like hippie magic, but it does work. So
Hippie magic.
Yeah.
What is a
A
grounding
grounding
blanket?
blanket. That's all. It's like earthing, but
Yes.
while you're sleeping. But it makes me sleep better, and I can tell when it wasn't plugged in. It's like weird.
Does sound like hippie magic.
Oh, well, you can go down a deep, deep hole of biohacking, I'll tell you. It's easy.
Sorry, one more thing. So grounding is great too for jet lag. So
Yes.
Next time you travel, take your shoes off, get in the grass of
Yep.
where you are, and you will not have jet lag.
Or you can buy these shoes and you go.
Oh, we got some real hardcore people here.
I'm grounding right now because it still has to be unsealed cement or dirt.
Right.
I can when I'm.
But in the break, I expect you out there on the grass, walking around in those things.
Barefoot and
It's a wire. It's copper.
Sarah?
How long does the irregular teenage sleep cycle thing last, typically?
Well, in his book, he said what happens, in most societies is when the teenagers get old enough, they start having kids. And that's when their sleep cycles go backwards. Now, I don't know if it's age or hormones or what,
Super sleep deprivation from waking up with babies?
but it could be the super sleep deprivation from waking up with babies. You could sleep anytime. I know a couple of I have one son-in-law, he can sleep anytime, anywhere. Like in the midst of absolute chaos, he can just sit there and go to sleep, and then he'll wake up. And he can also read Thomas Aquinas in Latin in the middle of total chaos with 4 boys screaming and yelling. So he's kind of a supernatural person. But what he said was that generally, once you become the parent, then your sleep cycles go backwards and you're willing and able and happy to go to bed earlier. So it's that period between adolescence and parenthood that you feel that it's harder to normalize the sleep. One more?
Yes, mine kind of goes along with that. So for teenagers, like that period where they want to stay up later. So if you go to bed and they stay up, I think most teenagers would tend to just stay up all night and then they get no sleep.
Right.
So how would they self-regulate to go to bed?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Probably farm chores in the morning could help.
Like, I better go to bed.
Yeah, or I think the thing is to help them learn. Okay, this is a natural cycle. You're active. You want to do stuff. So use your time, but have a cutoff and then try to go to sleep and see where you can put that. I remember as a kid reading the book Under the Covers with the flashlight. I remember as a teenager listening to music for a long time, and then eventually you go to sleep. But I think if you get the morning light, that's also going to help this teenage thing as well. Yeah.
We had one question from our online audience.
Yes.
Do you have a personal recommendation for air filters?
No, I don't.
There you go.
Does anyone have an air filter? You're the crunchy moms on steroids over there.
We have one called
Air Oasis.
Air Doctor.
Air Doctor, I've heard that. I think one of the podcast guys likes Air Doctor.
Oh, Air Doctor. Okay. All right. Well, I was feeling really great about lunch about an hour ago, and now it's like, I need to really watch what I eat.
We brought in a particularly good lunch compared to what you might have got.
Yes.
It's because we need you to stay awake for all the afternoon sessions.
Absolutely. No, that was wonderful. So we'll go ahead and let's take about a 10-minute break. So refill your coffee cups, your water bottles, check out shoes.
Go stand on the grass.
Go stand on the grass
with
if
your
you need
son
to for a couple
facing the sun.
minutes.
Oh wait, it's pretty hot out.
we have used the break however you would like. So with that, we'll go ahead and break for about 10 minutes. So it is 2:36. Why don't we make sure we're back here at 2:45, and we'll get started with our final talk. Just wanted to, once again, thank you so much for being here. I just got word from our tech team that Mr. Pudewa's PowerPoint has been uploaded on the AEC page on our website. So the Annual Educators Conference. So we have that on there. So if you need to reference it or would like to look through it later, you'll be able to check that out. We also, for this upcoming talk, we have an article that Mr. Pudewa wrote right here. So all of you should have received one of these as you walked in. So it's called Writing Maketh an Exact Man by Andrew Pudewa. So if for some reason you do not have one of these, we do have some extra copies. So if need be, just let us know. And while you are watching this at home, we also have the link for this, digitally of course, on the AEC page on our website. So I know, I believe my colleague Allison posted that in the chat, so you can go ahead and click that link and access that. Okay, so before our final talk, we have two more winners, one in person, one virtual, one now, and one after the final talk. So we will go ahead and get our tickets ready. We'll do in person first. Okay, once again, we are giving away a $100 gift certificate for anything IEW, product related. How about that? Okay. All right. Number is 157215. Hey! Congratulations. All right. He said, I never win. Woo! All right. Okay, so for our online folks, here we go. All right, you have two more chances to win. And I have here, winner number 4 is Kaylee Kodesh, Kodesh. Kaylee Kodesh. So congratulations, you won an IEW gift certificate. Okay, we are going to go ahead and get ready for our final talk, Phoebe will clap us in, and then we will applaud Andrew as he comes on to give the final talk.
We have an empty seat here. Is there, we're waiting on somebody?
Oh, she had to go. She had to leave.
Oh,
Could we just shift?
you just want,
Slide over
oh,
one.
okay.
Great. Probably need you like, no, that's fine. Oh, the top. The applause, the applause.
Applause.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andrew Pudewa.
So yes, you can just read this. This came about, and this talk came about, kind of from the experience I had last year when we decided to acquire a very, very, very expensive piece of printing equipment. It is, there's a wasp up there, isn't there? Yes. We had the kids in the classroom and we could not record with a wasp in the room. They were so worried about it. So I'll just pretend the wasp is not there. Okay. Although I did read a very interesting thing yesterday about how honeybee venom kills cancer cells, particularly breast cancer cells. How to get the venom in your body, I don't know, but all right, well, we'll start again. This talk came about really out of a conversation that I had last year when my company determined that we should try to acquire a very, very, very large and expensive printing machine. And I was on a call with the credit manager, the national credit manager for Hewlett-Packard. And of course, you don't buy a machine like this, you finance it. So we're talking about financing this machine. He's wanting to, ask some questions. He's checking out some financial stuff. But then he asked me two questions, which I was not really prepared for in that context, but I've been thinking about quite a bit ever since. The first question he said was, well, with the whole world kind of going into ebooks and digital publications and paperless classrooms, do you really think that people will still want to buy paper to teach their kids? And I answered that kind of as I could. And then he asked the second question, which I could have waited for and answered them both together. But the second question was, with the rise of AI and the fact that these large language models can now write better than most all people, do you really think that there will still be enough interest in teaching writing to children when the machines can do it better than we can? And, these were reasonable questions from a person who had to decide whether or not to loan us a lot of money to buy these machines. And turned out he didn't. We had to go through different banks. We did get the machine, and now we can print a lot of stuff really fast. But I thought about this quite a bit, and I tried to explain to him, I live in kind of a different world. And in my world of homeschooling and classical schools and classical education, I think there's almost a reaction against that to a greater interest and even demand for teaching writing on paper and how to do it. But it's certainly not a practical or pragmatic reason. But it got me thinking, how do I defend this? How do I talk to someone who says, well, if the machine can do it better than you, why should you bother to learn, right? And I was reminded of a quote from Francis Bacon's essay on studies, which is a good read. If you haven't read Bacon's essays, take them in small doses, and they're free, of course, online. But in his essay on studies, he made this statement: reading maketh a full man. And of course, you have to say maketh, because Bacon lived when Shakespeare was around, and so you've got to indicate that. Reading maketh a full man, of course, human, like everybody, not just men. But anyway, reading maketh a full man, discourse maketh a ready man, and writing maketh an exact man. That's pretty close to the quote. Reading maketh a full man, discourse a ready man, writing an exact man. And so I thought what we could do is try to kind of unpack the relationship between these three things: reading, speaking, and writing, and how does that impact our ability to think? And do we end up being a better thinker if we are full, ready, and exact? I, of course, would argue yes. We think about reading, and we talked a little bit about that this morning in terms of maybe reading is bigger than just the idea of decoding symbols and words on pages and knowing what it is and passing a comprehension test. Maybe it's more of the furnishing of the mind with the ideas. And I love this term, furnishing of the mind, because we all have a capacity. We all have different brains. Some people have a great mansion of a mind, and others, like me, have a humble little bungalow of an abode, but we live in our mind, right? It's the first thing that we realize when we realize anything, is that there's something that I'm in this thing. In fact, I had a grandson, 4 years old, who recently asked his mom, "Mom, what's the voice in your head?" And she kind of thought, should I worry about this? But then she said, "You mean thinking?" And he said, "Yeah, thinking." Because that's where we live. And so what's more important, though, than the size of the brain, the magnificence of the mansion, is what it's furnished with. You could have a great, marvelous, big place, but if all you've got is, cardboard flooring and pallets to sit on and boxes, well, that's not very nice. But you could have a nice little place, but if you've got beautiful and useful and comfortable things, that's a good place to be. So I like that term, furnishing of the mind. The first time I heard it as an idiom was in the book Jane Eyre. And Jane is talking about how she loved the way that Rochester's mind was furnished. Of course, we are furnished through experience, through the things that we encounter every day, the people we talk to, the exchanges we have, the things we see and hear and take in through our senses. But when it comes to ideas, the reading is what really allows us to furnish it in a more elegant, a more complete, I would argue in a more beautiful way. And so it's so very important what we take in. And I've been very interested in the relationship between language and imagination. Because when we hear words, if I say something to you, blonde-haired 5-year-old girl on a swing laughing, that, for almost everyone, conjures up a particular image. And then that image conjures up a particular feeling, and or that image connects with some other image from our own experience. So the power of words to conjure images is really almost like magic. There's really no other way that I could get you to imagine that. I suppose I could show you a picture, but that would be a little different because now you're going to see my picture rather than the picture that you get when I use those words. And what we notice is that the more complete the idea, the stronger is the image. Think of some of your favorite authors. I like to ask kids, what's your favorite stuff to read? And usually, top of the list is C.S. Lewis, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, Lord of the Rings, sometimes Harry Potter, and the list goes on from there. And then I will ask them, when you read these, do you notice that the author is able to create very strong images in your mind? Because that's what we as writers want to do. We want to be able to use language to create images, strong images, in the minds of our readers. And how do we learn to do this? Primarily through mimetics, through imitation, through having it done to us. And it takes a little bit of work, doesn't it? If you think of kind of a hard-to-read book, it's a case where you start to see the thing, and it's challenging. Maybe you don't have the personal experience that informs the image that you're creating. Or maybe the vocabulary is a little on the edge of what comes to you quickly. But if you keep at it, suddenly then you notice, okay, this is really building, and I'm really starting to see and understand what's happening here. And then the images that the author creates can live in our memory and feed our imagination. And so there's this relationship between language and memory and imagination. And I think everyone agrees that we want better imagination, right? But if we're not attending to the language part, it's harder to build that. And unfortunately, we are seeing fewer and fewer people reading anything at all. In the whole marketing world, it's pretty much acknowledged that more than a little bit of text is problematic because it takes up space, nobody will read it, it won't communicate. We have to get into other ways of, I don't know, synthetic imagination, I guess. Like if we can just give them enough images, give them enough blips, give them enough bits, they'll put it all together. And there's some truth to that. There is some truth to that. I think we've all noticed that we're less likely to read a block of text than we are to look at a few pictures. Because that reading of the block of text requires more effort on our part. But we want then to furnish the mind through the language. And so we can read with our eyes, we can read with our ears, as we talked about this morning. But let's look at layers of furnishing. Okay, first layer would be vocabulary. So one of the things I've noticed is that it's very hard, if not impossible, to communicate an idea that you do not have words to use to communicate the idea. If you go out in the average world and you find your average 10-year-old and you ask them to write something and say, write about anything you want, your dog. Okay, everybody wants to write about their dog. The average kid will write something like this. My dog is a really, really awesome dog. I really, really love my awesome dog because she is so fun and awesome. And you would really love my dog too if you met my super awesome dog. Okay, now, why does that happen? You know, and as a teacher, you read it and think, well, this doesn't say anything. No, it doesn't. Why is this child not able to say more than that? Well, they don't have the vocabulary to think the thoughts in. You have to have the words to think the thoughts. So that's just fundamental, is vocabulary. If we were to look at the active vocabulary of Americans, we would notice that it has been shrinking steadily for about 100 years. If you go back to 70 some years ago, you would discover that the active vocabulary of your average American was probably about twice what it is today. If you were to go back another 75 years, you would find that it was probably even, twice that or more. So we've just been kind of shrinking the vocabulary over time, thereby shrinking our ability to articulate precise ideas. And I believe in most part that is because we have been reading less and less and less and less. Before there was television, before there was radio, before there was electricity, the main form of entertainment for everybody was reading books, mostly aloud to the whole family in the evenings, because there was nowhere to go and nothing else to do. And so you read things written in that time period for the average family, and you think, wow, that's really challenging. That's got a broad range of words. So we're in this time where the vocabulary is shrinking, and I cannot help but think about George Orwell in the book 1984. Perhaps you remember that the big brother, the government, the party, they would put out a new dictionary every year, and it was called the New Speak Dictionary. And the rule was that every edition of the New Speak Dictionary had to have fewer words in it than the previous edition, thereby intentionally shrinking the language. So if you have a word like double plus ungood, you no longer need the word for evil. And Orwell was quite clear in his portraying of this controlling of thought through controlling language. And that is why I think this is a good book to read about every 10 years, because it's timeless, it's a classic, and you feel like you're more and more in this problem. So I think we're fighting for vocabulary, and we're going to gain that, a little bit through daily life, a little bit through maybe foreign language study, Latin, whatnot, but mostly we're going to get it through the books that we read. And I'm always kind of happy when I'm reading something and I see a word I don't know. And I've been around a while, so it's easy for me to walk around and think I know all the words there are to know. And then you pick up a book and you think, oh, what does that mean? And you can always learn new words. And it's almost as though learning a new word opens up a new little avenue for thinking. Any of you who have learned a second language to some degree have probably experienced the fact that there are some words in a language that just don't translate exactly. And by knowing both of the languages, you actually have a capacity for greater thought because of it. This is one reason, I think, that growing up perfectly bilingual would be such an incredible blessing, because you'd not only have twice as many neural connections as almost everybody else, you'd have two entire sets of conceptualization. And then some people who even learn more than two languages just exploding with thought. So that's the first thing we get from the books. And again, I want to go back to why it's so important to read aloud to children. And that is because children these days, most all of them, a few exceptions I'm sure, if they see a word they don't know, they'll just skip the word. And if they see another word they don't know, they'll just skip it. And if it's too many words they don't know, they just give up on the whole book. But if it's only a few, they can guess, or they can just, kids will read books like they watch movies. It's plot-driven, it's interest-driven, it's excitement-driven. And the only way to kind of recalibrate that is to read aloud and then define the words as you go, explain the idioms, the allusions, make the connections, and build the vocabulary. The next layer we would look at in terms of furnishing the mind through reading would be syntax or grammar. So one of the things that you notice when you teach children is that shorter sentences are a little bit easier for them to read and understand. And then our efforts are to kind of lengthen the sentences little by little, and doing so in such a way that things become kind of self-defining or self-explaining, but gradually more complex. Gradually more complex. There is a charming little book which I highly recommend. I will warn you though, it's expensive and it's so small, and you wonder, why is this small little book so expensive? The answer is it was written by a university professor. That's why. But it's called The War Against Grammar. The author is David Mulroy, M-U-L-R-O-Y. And David Mulroy was a professor of classics at the University of Wisconsin, I believe. And he gave his students couple bonus questions on a quiz, because what he was noticing was that over the course of his tenure, however long it was, a couple decades probably, that his students were increasingly unable to understand the literal meaning of what they were reading. And these weren't, the stupid students. These were actually kids who signed up for a classics class, like to read hard stuff. And yet they didn't understand even the literal meaning. So he was starting to question why has this been getting worse for 30 years? And he discovered that it's probably because they didn't understand the meaning because they couldn't parse the sentence. They didn't know what was the subject of the sentence. He gave them a little exercise involving the first sentence of the Declaration of Independence, which is, I will mention, 72 words long. So it is a long sentence, but it's one sentence. And he asked them two questions. Number one, do you recognize this? And if so, where's it from? And number two, in your own words, what does this basically mean? And he found that only 30% of the students had any idea where it came from, and fewer of them could understand at all what it meant. And the book is rather humorous in that he shows various examples of some of the ridiculous paraphrases that students attempted. But his conclusion was that they couldn't understand this very complex sentence because they didn't have the skill of identifying the subject of the sentence, which comes in the very last clause of a very long sentence. So it's complex thought, many dependent clauses preceding the statement that it makes, right? So the book is fascinating because he kind of traces the rise and fall of civilizations corresponding with the rise and decline of the teaching of grammar. And what we would notice then is if things get too long and people can't understand them, this becomes a problem, especially for complex humanity, right? Or we could put it in the words of another good friend of mine who said, if you can't read a complex sentence, you probably can't think a complex thought. And if you cannot think a complex thought, please don't vote. Which is reasonable, but. So when we are reading with discipline, with attention, when we're reading with help, when we're reading with the goal to understand, not just to be entertained, then we're engaging with grammar in a deeper way. And that engaging with grammar, and you know, if you read a book and you stop and you say, I need to read that sentence again right now before I go to the next sentence, you've encountered a book that's probably at your proximal level of challenge. And that proximal level of challenge is going to pull you up just a little bit, and you're going to understand something a little bit more than you did before. And when you understand something a little bit more, you start to understand more things a little bit more. And that's, I think, what we all, you know, talk about, this lifelong learner. I kind of don't like those words because they're just overused buzzwords. But really, kind of that is what it is about, is being willing to be challenged at the next level where you can be. I have picked up books and not read them because I thought, I can't read this. I will not know what it means. It's way too hard. I'm giving up. But then I get just the right book, and I think, aha, I'm going to learn something from reading this book. Moby Dick, for example. So that understanding of grammar, and it's tied in with some formal grammar instructions. It's probably tied in with learning a foreign language. It's tied in a little bit with being able to parse the sentence. But most of all, it's about wrestling with the thing so that you have expanded your capacity for thought. The next thing that comes to mind with reading is concepts, right? We read either narrowly, meaning the stuff that we already know a lot about, and that's good because you can always learn a little more about things that you know, and then we can also read broadly and learn about something that we don't know a lot of stuff about. But the broad reading, it allows us to connect with ideas in history, people and their ideas, maybe science and those ideas, and philosophy or religion. It allows us to connect more with what we do know, right? And that's how we actually learn anything, is we know what we know, and there's a new idea, and we have to connect what we know with this new idea and bring it into what we know. And the reading gives us the opportunity to do that. But if we don't have the desire to challenge ourselves, then we kind of cap out at a certain level, and we read what we read, and we enjoy it, and it's fine, or we don't read, but we're not continuing to furnish through that reading to make a full man. I guess there's one more element in here I just thought of that would be worth noting, and that is the way that things are written, in terms of not the grammar, but the poetic nature, the schemes and tropes, the patterns and literary devices that make the writing more beautiful to us. And we hear something that kind of flows very smoothly, and we think that was beautiful. I remember reading Moby Dick. This was a little above my proximal level of challenge, but I got up to it. And I remember reading certain sentences where he's kind of a master of alliteration, thinking, that was an amazing sequence of words. Just the brilliance of putting those words together. And then again and again, and then the depth of detail. And it's really not a book that has much of a plot at all, but there's a richness to the language. And I felt, after having finished it, I felt, well, I've learned some words I didn't know before. I might have forgotten, but for a while I knew them. I've definitely read some pretty long sentences. I have learned a tremendous amount about whales and an entire chapter on the color white. But more than that, there's a beauty to this language that now I have experienced. And maybe, just maybe, some of that is going to filter in to my writing, to my speaking, to my thinking. So this reading maketh a full man is so critical, because it really is the foundation of everything. And I believe it's quite a tragedy now that so many teachers have found that their students just won't read or can't read, and they don't do whole books because they know that students won't read whole books. And so, you know, if they did, they'd just go to Cliff Notes or AI and get an extract and whatever they had to do. And they don't really have time to read the book in class because that just takes so long. And I don't know what the solution is except to kind of keep going along with some of my friends like Sarah McKenzie and just say, read to your kids. It's the most important thing you can do in any given day is read aloud to your kids and talk about this stuff. The number one predictor of adults who like to read is having been read to as a child. It's the number one thing. It's also, I think, the number one predictor of good writing skills in adults. You know, I will be at a conference and someone will come up and say, well, you know, I write pretty well. I mean, I think I do. I mean, I got A's on all my papers, but I don't remember learning how to do it. Like, I just naturally knew how to do it. And I will almost always ask them, did your parents read to you when you were young? And 9 times out of 10, they'll say, yeah, you know, come to think of it, my dad read the Reader's Digest every day at dinner table, or, you know, something like that. And so I think to get kids who want to grow up and be readers, beautiful and useful, and even living things. My wife furnishes our house with many plants. This is not good when she is gone, because I do not look at plants, nor do I think it's time to water plants. I am usually not thinking at all about plants. And so if they come back a little wilted, she rescues them. So far, no plants have totally died under my care, but they certainly could. But so we have this, you know, beautiful and comfortable and elegant and living thing in our mind through reading. And I wonder if that isn't part of what Bacon was expressing. Now, if we move on to discourse, that's the actual term. When I first wrote the article, I quoted it incorrectly, and I said, speaking maketh a ready man, whereas Bacon's term was discourse. And there are some aspects there that we can unpack a little bit. Discourse, of course, implies dialogue, coordination, conversation. Speaking could be something else. But if you start at the very beginning and you think about, okay, speaking maketh a ready man, discourse maketh a ready man, how is that starting? So what I've noticed is there's kind of 2 sets of vocabulary that we hold in our mind. The passive vocabulary, i.e., I can look at that word or I can hear that word and I can kind of know what it means. And maybe even pass a multiple choice test. And then there's the next level, which is I can speak or write that word with confidence. And one of our tasks as language educators is to help move the words from passive vocabulary into active vocabulary. How can this be done? Well, I would argue that in the beginning, and actually never stopping, but as a fundamental thought, the memorization of language helps hugely with this task of moving words from the passive into the active. Give you a little example. When I was about your age, Bash, what are you, 13? 14. I was maybe a little younger, probably 12. Anyway, I found this poem, and I thought this is the coolest thing I have ever seen. And I decided I was going to memorize this poem so that I could recite it to all sorts of people and show off. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Because, of course, I like to show off. No, it's not Jabberwocky. It's this one. See if you can figure out what this is. Scintillate, scintillate, globule vivific. Fain would I ponder thy nature specific. Loftily poised in ether capacious, strongly resembling a gem carbonaceous. Do you recognize this? No? Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Yeah. Scintillate, scintillate, globule vivific, fain would I ponder thy nature specific. Loftily poised in ether capacious, strongly resembling a gem carbonaceous. Right? I was so proud of this thing because it had all of these obscure words. And I'm sure I was an obnoxious 12-year-old. I might have been the most obnoxious 12-year-old I have ever met, but I didn't know it at the time. But man, I walked around using words like scintillate and ponder and feign and carbonaceous like you wouldn't believe. But it was really interesting in retrospect how it was the memorization of the poem that moved the words from, yeah, I know what that means, into, I can use this word on demand. And so by memorizing poetry and scripture and excerpts from famous speeches, that's really at the core of rhetoric training. That's at the core of learning to speak well. And if you go all the way back, that was what people did, is they memorized the poems and the speeches of the people that came before, and they would do a whole lot of that before they would ever attempt to write their own speech, right? They wanted that furnished and active mind. I think one of the very best examples of this that I know of is in the life of Frederick Douglass. Are you familiar with Frederick Douglass? If not, you probably should read at least one of the versions of his autobiography of a slave. But what's really fascinating to me about Douglass is that he had an absolute horrible childhood and the worst possible education you could imagine. He was born into slavery in a time and place where it was illegal to teach slaves to read. He was separated from his parents at a young age and forced at hard labor pretty much all his waking hours, probably 6 days a week for the first 12 years of his life. Zero education. Most important developmental period, zero education. Then when he was 12-ish, his situation changed a little bit, and there were some kids, and they tried to teach him to read by writing letters in the sand, and then he learned to read. And then he became, I would argue, the greatest orator our country has ever produced. You might argue that some of his predecessors, Patrick Henry and whatnot, were as good or better. But I honestly can't think of one person who came after Frederick Douglass who gave speeches like he did. In fact, go read his speech, What to the Slave is the 4th of July. You can get it online. It will blow your mind. This speech is so eloquent, so profound, so deep, so compelling. I don't know anyone who could write like this today. And like I said, I don't know of anyone else from his time forward. So it kind of raises the question, if he had such a bad education during the most important developmental period, how did he become this phenomenally competent, eloquent speaker with biblical knowledge and allusions and history and brilliant, clear, poetic expression, right? Well, we know because someone asked him. One of his biographers said, Mr. Douglass, how did you become such a powerful speaker? And this was his answer. He said, as a free man, one of the first books I owned was the Columban Orator. This was published in 1795, if my memory serves, and it was a collection of the greatest speeches from all of history, right? So from Cicero up to, Augustine, Luther, Patrick Henry, I don't know, Shakespeare in there, like all the best stuff that had ever been said and translated or said in English. And here's what he said. I committed them all to memory. He memorized an entire book of speeches, which furnished his mind and gave him total facility with not just the vocabulary, not just the complex grammar and syntax, not just the beautiful poetic devices, but with the seminal ideas of what is true, what is just, what is good. And I just find this the most interesting thing. To me, he's one of the most interesting people in the history of education, because he had none, only he was self-educated, and this was like at the core of that. So memorizing beautiful language, phenomenally important, and it builds a comfort and a facility with discourse, right? So you'll see little kids and they stumble around a little bit trying to have a conversation with an adult, or maybe not, but some do. And then you get them to memorize a few poems and stand in front of people and recite poems. It changes their whole perspective about talking to a group of people. And honestly, the earlier you do this, the easier it is to do. Right? As a violin teacher, I can tell you it is easier to get a 6-year-old to stand up and play a violin recital for the first time than to get a 16-year-old to do that, right? So then we would kind of expand this idea from, public speaking foundations by reciting poetry or other people's speeches into writing your own type of speeches and bringing a message to a group of people, right? And so now we really move into this idea of rhetoric, which is, the process of finding out, well, what do I need to say? Here's what I want to tell people. What do I have to collect up? What ideas do I have to use to let people know, right? And if you've ever done a presentation or a speech, you've been in this process, which is called invention, where you are trying to figure out what are you going to talk about, right? And so we have tools that help us do that, and we can use things like PowerPoint to illustrate, or we can plan and make outlines. And so we're working on this process of invention. Now, one of the things that if you were around a long time ago, you might have come across our writing program before 2015, and Unit 7 was called Creative Writing. And that's the way our Venerable Dr. Webster wrote it. And so for the first 10 years of me doing it, or more than that, 15 years, I called it creative writing. And then when we redid the TWSS seminar, I said, let's change it to inventive writing for a few reasons. Number one, creative writing, it just has baggage. Like you say that to a bunch of teachers and everybody has their own little idea of what that means, and then you get into all this kind of conflict-y interchange. Inventive writing, nobody's heard of that, so now you can define it. But what I really loved is the roots of the words. So creative is from the Latin verb creo, creare, to create. That's what's used in the Vulgate, the Latin translation of the scriptures, when it says, in the beginning God created, right? Ex nihilo, from nothing, the heavens and the earth. Invention comes from the Latin verb invenio, invenire, which means to discover, to find or discover. Now guess what? You can't find or discover something that isn't already there. So the process of invention isn't creating something from nothing, it's finding something and then applying it to the situation. This is true whether you're cooking and you need to find the right ingredients to make a cake. You don't really make a cake from nothing, you need ingredients. It's true for anything that humans do because we're sub-creators, right? We're kind of dependent on the stuff we got. So when we look at this process of invention, we're going to go back and rely on the furnishing of the mind, which happens so much through the reading, right? And we have to find it. Then the second part is arranging, right? So you have a bunch of stuff. Now, what are you going to say first? What are you going to say next? What's the logical process here? And so we're working then on figuring out the best way to present the information that we have collected up. Then you get into elocution, which is what words, what sentences, what beautiful, flourishes can you add to make it even more persuasive and effective? And then in the old rhetoric, you had people would study memory, which is how do you memorize your speech, and then delivery, which is how do you project out to lots of people if you don't have a nice auditorium with microphones, right? And other things, how to keep them engaged, drama. And those were the foundations of rhetoric. We call them the 5 canons of rhetoric: invention, arrangement, elocution, memory, and delivery. So we are then saying, okay, now we have to find our own stuff. We're going to write this speech. We're going to present these ideas in the best way that we can. This is why public speaking, I believe, is so very, very important in the education of someone who's going to be effective. Certainly there are successful and effective people who don't speak well. We see a few of them in the billionaire class. But to promulgate ideas well, we still are going to rely on the winsomeness of the words we use. Dr. Webster, who passed on about a year and a half ago at 97, I think, 96, 97, he didn't really ever want his thing to be called a writing program. He wanted it to be considered a written and oral communication program. And that's why we have built in to what we do this opportunity for presentation, for speaking. But now we move to the third problem, which is not everybody just instantly agrees with you about everything, right? And you have some good ideas and you polish them up and then you present them out and, oh no, somebody challenges you, right? So now we get into this idea of discourse. And this idea of discourse is where we can learn to respectfully listen and respond, and listen to the response, and then respond back in a civilized, productive way. This seems to be a foreign idea to a lot of people in our modern world. But if we were to look back into history, we would see that this has been very valued from the ancient times all through the medieval period, into the Renaissance, Shakespeare and Bacon, even into the founding of our country and the debating that we had to do to get the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and then the decisions that have to be made by legislative bodies and local councils and families, right? And we don't always agree on everything. And so I think this is where Bacon was pointing to. If you have good skills and you can present your ideas, you have your furnished mind, now you need the refinement of creative argumentation, right? Which means that you would study how to do this well. And we have certain things that have existed for a long time that have a modern form that are very, very useful. Some of you may be familiar with Robert's Rules of Order, which was a little book that said, this is how you do meetings. Because if you don't have a little book on how to do meetings, meetings can be pretty ugly and unpleasant pretty fast. I'm sure you've all experienced a few of those, which is why I don't generally like co-ops as much as I like dictatorships. As long as I'm the dictator, right? But okay, we got to work things out. How are we going to do this? So when we look at education, this was really an important part of the education of people throughout most of history. One of the most charming books I read last year was How to Think Like Shakespeare by Scott Newstock. I don't know if any of you heard my podcast. I interviewed Dr. Newstock, and it was so good it went into a double episode. But part of that book, he talked about how people would actually schedule times to get together and constructively and intentionally dialogue about things. And we don't do that very much anymore. Probably the closest we get is a book club. And let's all talk about the book. And, oh, wasn't it a great book? Yeah, it was really good. What did you like best? Yeah, that was cool. I like this too. A little different than what we might find, say, in an exercise situation, where here's a subject and we will now debate. What is the best way to do this or that? Or should we do this or that? And that was kind of a normal part of the education of people in Shakespeare's time. I think it was a normal part of the education during kind of the colonial and early American period, is that people would just get together and argue for fun. Now, we do see this still happening with teenagers today. They get together and argue for fun. And then sometimes they just get you and argue for fun. And you may tend to think that is the dumbest argument I have ever heard. But you see, they're only 14 years old, so they're practicing, right? And so I think we would do very well to kind of recapture this idea of practicing discourse in a focused way, learning to plan, speak, listen, respond, question, listen, and do this. We have a few opportunities. Some of you are connected with Classical Conversations, so you know that in Challenge B, the kids get to do mock trial, moot court, and Challenge 1, they get a little taste of policy debate, and that's very good. And then we have available many debate leagues. We have the NCFCA, National Christian Forensics Communication Association. We have STOA, which is not an acronym, it's just a Greek word meaning little porch in front of a building where people would stand around and debate stuff on the STOA, right? And then for schools, there are a couple other leagues. National Forensics League is available. So there are a lot of opportunities. There's moot court opportunities. And I think that kids really do well when they get in this situation where it's very controlled, purposeful arguing. And then they learn how to present, listen, respond, question, listen, represent, respond, and do it without getting all upset and irritated and frustrated. You can, to some degree, I think, bring this into your home. It's a little bit harder, but one of the men who works for me, he had also 7 children, and they would do every week, one night a week, I think on Fridays, family debate night. And so he would come up with some proposition, some position. You could take an affirmative or negative and divide the kids that were old enough, I suppose, into teams, and they would have some time to prepare, and then they would get together and actually run it through with an affirmative construction and a negative construction and an affirmative rebuttal and negative rebuttal, and just teach that format. And I think that's so valuable. The kids I've met who grew up and did even a little bit or sometimes a lot of speech and debate as teenagers, almost every one of them that I know of would say, that was one of the best things I did in high school. That got me, able to speak on my feet, think on my feet, ready to go. And so I think, if you're in a school, you can create some debate opportunity within the school, CC groups. If you have a big enough school, you might be able to get a little team and then debate other schools. But what I do know is that a little bit can go a long way in just helping to formalize this idea. And then associated with that, you have all sorts of other events that can be done. There can be dramatic presentations, interpretive speeches, or there can be limited prep speeches, like impromptu, where you get a prompt and you have 3 minutes to plan and then give a five-minute speech or something like that. 2 minutes to plan. Yeah, so you got to think fast. So impromptu, apologetics, expository. We have a course called Introduction to Public Speaking that kind of like a boot camp. So here's the things that you can do to get ready to go into a larger world of speech and debate. And even as an adult, it's something you can learn. In fact, when I kind of started this idea of doing a business where I would teach people stuff, I thought, I'm comfortable, but I don't know if I do it well. So I joined Toastmasters Club. And I did it for a year, Toastmasters Club. And where I was, this particular club was mostly retired old guys who are really happy for some, young guy to come in, and they could just like slam into him and just tell me everything I was doing and should have done better and all that. But it was very formative, and it was a good kind of boost for me to have a better sense of how can I connect well with a group of people, assuming I have something worth saying. Then the challenge was, what am I going to say? But at least I had that comfort. So I think a little bit goes a long ways. And then we move into this world of writing. And there's overlap, obviously, because if you're going to give a speech, you have to write it. And we come up with this problem of, if AI can write stuff better, more reliably correct, with a higher level of vocabulary than you can, why would you bother to learn to do it? Why wouldn't you just study how to give AI prompts? And what I've come to hear some people say is, if you want a really good AI prompt, ask AI to write the prompt. And I guess if you can't think of that, you could ask AI to write a prompt to ask AI to write a prompt. Okay, so yes, from a purely pragmatic point of view, why bother learning multiplication tables if you have a calculator? Right? Why learn to do mental math? Why is it useful to know what 17% of 600 is if you have a calculator? And now you don't even need a calculator, you just have a phone, and pretty soon the phone will be buried inside your body and you'll just access it by your imagination. So why know anything? Well, we can simplify and say, who can use a calculator more effectively? The person who knows more math or the person who doesn't? That's pretty obvious. So who's going to use the large language capabilities of AI better? The person who can use language well themselves or the person who can't? Plus, we also see that these large language models are really good at predicting the next words that could possibly come based on all the circumstances. And that's kind of what we do as humans, right? In any number of cases, I could be talking and you could probably fill in the blank of what I might say next. So that's what that's doing. But this whole process, collecting up, organizing, articulating, and presenting ideas, that's what it does. Now here's the biggest problem I see. Technology will atrophy the skill which it replaces. Writing was a technology that caused an atrophy of the skill of memory. Spell checkers cause an atrophy of the skill of spelling. And we used to actually have to know some spelling because of 2, there, and there, and read and read, right? But now we don't, because the AIs know which word you want to use and they fill it in perfectly. So any there will get you there. But if we lose the capacity to be able to collect up and organize and articulate and present information, in a way, we're losing a fundamental human part of ourselves. And that's all great if you need a report on, oil drilling off the coast of Africa. You could go get any amount of information and it would be very efficient. But it doesn't do a very good job of you relating your personal experience and belief. It doesn't write love letters very well. There's some jokes about that. So I think the only way our kids, who clearly are going to have to know how to use these tools, are going to be able to better use these tools if they have a little bit of knowledge or a lot of understanding of how to do that themselves, much like a person with a calculator who can approximate mentally math is going to think better mathematically and use the technology better. Our kids, if they have wrestled with it, if they have furnished the mind and worked out through these processes of invention and organization and articulation, and then they can use that language, they will then be better able to use the tools that can do that better than they can. Does that make sense? And I don't know. I'm not going to live long enough to see the horrors that some of you young people are going to see. But it seems that in a way, we're really kind of at a fork in the road here, that there's going to either be a restoration of humanity, or there's going to be a post-human, transhuman world where we've just said, okay, we will just allow ourselves to merge with technology, and it will control us, and we will be better and happier. And I don't know. Maybe that's possible. The book I just started reading right now is called The Transhumanist Temptation, I think. So I'll have to let you know what I think of that. But to me, language, it's so intimately connected with our thought that if we don't develop those fundamental skills of furnishing the mind and wrestling with it and forming it into a concrete thing, we're going to lose the potential for thinking well about so many things, maybe about everything. So I didn't say all that to the man from Hewlett-Packard. But I've been thinking about it and will be continuing to think about it. And the problem is it's going faster than anyone can keep up with. And this is why we probably need to revisit books like Frankenstein every now and then to remind ourselves what happens when man tries to play like God and create something that goes out of our control. So those are my thoughts on Francis Bacon's quote, "Reading maketh a full man, discourse a ready man, and writing an exact man." And I hope that has been helpful to you in some way. All right. Lovely Phoebe is going to clap us out, or slate us out. They never let me do that.
They should.
I begged one time. Okay, you can. Do you have any questions, comments? Sam, yep.
So people who do read, even if you do read, do you think that the publication of books with smaller vocabularies is actually damaging reading comprehension in people who do read regularly? Or is reading even books that would be considered candy books better than reading nothing?
Her question is, are books that aren't challenging damaging us, or are they still better than nothing? Yes, and yes. I think if we were to look at kind of the history of the more modern history, people wanted to improve. Right? They really had this sense, I want to improve. We have that today. You know, there's a whole industry based on self-improvement. So there's this intrinsic drive inside us to get a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, a little bit smarter, a little bit better, maybe a little bit nicer. And then there's so much opposition to that. We generally pick one area and focus on that and say, I'm going to do this. I think reading used to be in that category. So people used to say, oh, here's a hard book. Okay, I'll dive in and do this. You know, the average American in, you know, the 1700s could read the Federalist Papers and understand it. You'd be hard-pressed to find an elected official or a university professor who would read the Federalist Papers and understand it, right? So we're that far away. So I think there used to be this idea of challenge yourself, challenge yourself, challenge yourself. So to the degree that we can put ourselves in that category and encourage other people to be in that category, we can benefit from that. And so you and I have helped each other a lot, because I got you into Moby Dick and you sent me Northanger Abbey and converted me on Jane Austen. So, but on the other hand, you look at the broader education, and it's like kids are just doing lateral shifts. So they learn to read on some, you know, dumb thing, Babysitter's Club or whatever. It's okay, it's decoding practice. But then they get a little bit older and they have to read something that looks like it's written for somebody a little older. So now the publishers basically create something that's spiced up a little bit and is a little more, you know, mature in its theme or whatever, but it's at the same kind of level. So you get something like, I don't know, Twilight, yeah, there you go. So now you're reading something that looks like it's written for someone a little bit older, and then you get a little bit older, and now you have to read something that looks like it's written for somebody a little bit older. So, you know, it's Clive Cussler, Danielle Steele, something like that. But if you were to look at it, like you're saying, the only difference between Danielle Steele and Babysitter's Club is the length of the book and the debauchery of the characters, right? The vocabulary, the complexity is not that different. So that's why I think, you know, schools and teachers and parents really have to encourage people, read something a little more challenging. It's like pushing a little more weight. It's like trying to run a little bit faster. It's like getting a recipe that's a little more complex than you ever did. Push yourself a little bit more. And that's really where we get the satisfaction out of being human, right? Growth. Stop growing, we start dying. So I would love to see you become an ambassador to your generation for this challenge of, you know, so a couple of homeschool boys about 20 years ago wrote a book called Do Hard Things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now they run a company
Yeah.
for young authors.
Yeah. So what we need is read hard stuff, right? And something to motivate. There's your podcast, Sarah. Read hard stuff. Yeah, with Sarah. I'll be your first guest, yeah. I might even sponsor it. All right, anything else? Yes. Yeah, Ellie.
Are you seeing more professionals push back on AI? So I have my oldest, he had a girl in their CC class that she's now at med school, and people are cheating with AI at med school. You know, these are future doctors.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you hearing the grumblings? Oh, I think so.
It may have caught your wasp.
The wasp got into like. Are you hearing grumblings of the professionals, you know, in universities and professors of language, and are they wanting to fight this?
I think there's extremes. You know, on one extreme is people, well, it's the tool. We're not even going to need doctors anymore. I mean, a complete robot AI just did a gallbladder removal perfectly with no help in a dead pig, right? As good as any human. Already AI databases can diagnose disease symptoms twice as effectively as human physicians. So it's just going to change the whole nature of the thing. So on one end, there's like, we have no idea where this is going to go, but it's going to be better than we are. That's getting to be pretty obvious. So what's our role going to be? So that's one problem. On the other hand, there's this, the AI is not controllable, and it's not reliable, and it cannot possibly have wisdom. So as long as we believe that wisdom, right, judgment is important, then we've got to keep humans involved in things. So when an AI suggests to, a 17-year-old kid who's depressed different ways to cut yourself or kill yourself, that's not wise. We can't stop it from doing that. And I did hear a very disturbing thing. So evidently, if you divide people into 3 groups, the way old people like me use AI is as a search engine. Millennials have figured out how to use it as an operating system, right? Automate my world, right? Young people are using it as companion and therapist. That's where I think we move into very dangerous territory. And so that's where a lot of the people who are worried are most pointing out this is very problematic. What happens when you do have a robot that is a better and more perfect friend than any other human being? All right. Really good book you might enjoy. I enjoyed it a lot. It's called Clara and the Sun. Clara? K-L-A-R-A, I think. Clara and the Sun by Ishiguro. He wrote Remains of the Day. It's interesting because he wrote it before we had reached this level of AI, but it's essentially about a robotic AI companion for a little girl. And it's questioning how human is this robot, because she's very, very human. Only she's operating inside her little algorithms, but she then gets this desire, like Pinocchio, to be real. So I really enjoyed the book. He's a great author, Ishiguro.
Thank you for speaking up about this. Just seriously.
Oh, it'll be a conversation we never stop, unless the lights go out and then 90% of all humanity dies and we start all over again. We will edit that out. All right. Jeff, give away the last stuff here, huh?
All right.
On that note, thank you for coming.
It's a great note, yes. Oh, wow. Well, I have to do a quick product plug, too. So I'm thinking, as I'm listening to Mr. Pudewa speak, I'm thinking of all these things. I just love our Fix It Grammar program, where, Andrew's talking about wrestling with grammar and sentence structure and syntax and things like that. And I'll be honest, I came from a public school background. I taught in public school, and I taught social studies for many years. And on my free time, we're pretty busy right now, but in my free time, I'll do Fix It Grammar even as an adult. And it has helped me tremendously just in my own writing, in my own. It's kind of a blessing and a curse, though, because then when you see it, you can't unsee it. So when you're reading, you're like, adverb clause, comma, main clause, this is that, transitional phrase, all that, right? Also, I love our structure and style for students, right? It's got the video component of Andrew teaching each of the lessons, and so we talk about just using that as a model for imitation, and it has helped. I go out a lot and train teachers, and they say it has been such a game changer to be able to watch that as a model and then see how it's done from the master teacher, and then also be able to go ahead and teach my students the way he teaches. And we always say, hey, you know what? You can even steal his jokes. So, but I just, I love our structure and style methodology, and we are creating new curriculum. Our partnership with Hillsdale has been tremendous, and our products are just, I love what we do here. So, but we have one more gift card to give away. So, all right, online virtual audience. Our last winner is, let's see. Winner number 5 is Lindsay Gatlin. Congratulations, Lindsay. Okay, and our last in-person winner. Get your tickets ready. Drum roll. All right. Okay, ticket number is 157211. Oh, congratulations. All right. Well, thank you all for being here and taking a Saturday out of your busy week to just really sharpen our minds, furnish our minds. I love when Andrew talks about furnishing the mind, and even as an educator, just being able to furnish our minds with just tips and tricks and all those wonderful things. It's wonderful. It's been a really great Saturday, a great conference. I hope that you enjoyed it. We will have this entire recording, all about 8 hours of it, available, I would say probably next week. And so that will be available, and that will be emailed out to all of our participants who registered. So even if you're now watching the recording and say, oh, something came up and you missed it, you will get that. So with that being said, once again, thank you all for being here, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.